Wait, what? This is the actually correct stream. Is this the actually? This is the correct one this time? It's insane that. Okay, this is fine. But anyway, time to get started. We must go to Disneyland. Expression of all time. Important stuff must happen today. Super important stuff. We're going to begin stuff. I don't remember where we left off. Nuclear fuel. Nuclear fusion, dude. Fusion is awesome, but at this time we're not going to discuss any nuclear fusion. We're just going to do some nuclear confusion right here. So we just finished assembling the ultimate power plant of all time. Except we haven't yet. We still need to do the roof. And we need to get a supply of kerosene. 2 goals. 1 episode. Let's see if we can do some stuff with all of that. So like I said, kerosene is currently an issue. Producing kerosene? It's almost impossible. Let's go ahead and figure out what we need to do to make kerosene happen. And then figure out from there what steps we need to take to get oil to here so we can make the kerosene happen. Basically, I'm just saying we need to make kerosene. We need to make a lot of kerosene. We need to figure it out. Kerosene, huge issue. We don't have any kerosene at this time. So we'll look into kerosene production. This is not cutting it. And so that's why I'm going to have to start working on the fracking tower. Also, we'll work on that building in a bit, but primarily today we will get started with the fracking tower. A huge machine that requires a lot of resources. We've already assembled it. We just need to assemble the counter pieces to said machine because it doesn't work on its own. I mean, it kind of does. It makes stuff on its own, but really it needs to have other stuff with it to make it run. Which is what we're going to do today. Starting with sulfur. Sulfur is produced at the refinery. It's very useful. We have plenty of it right now to make sulfuric acid. Something else that's also incredibly useful. If we go to here, I have my crate of machine goodness right here. Perfect, just what I need. So we'll need to set up a production line for sulfuric acid, starting with the chemical plant. Chemical plant will be my first step I will take towards this because the chemical plant really gets us there. This is super easy to do. It's the first step I should do. So the chemical plant is 8 steel. Just count to 8 once we find the steel. Not enough steel. This is incredible. This is the moment of all time. We've failed our goals for today already. This is impressive. Already failed. We do not have enough of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for steel. So that means I'll go mine steel then. We'll do vein miner. Vein miner, and then no, just do vein miner. Yes, yeah. Well, actually, we should probably do silk touch because stone is pretty useless. But we don't have much cobblestone, and I have a feeling it will come in handy in the future. Maybe this would actually be a good idea to do. We could work very smart on this, or we could work very hard on this. Those are our 2 options. I guess we'll go smart and avoid all of the torches. Oh, you know, this is this is the reason why I should be using Vein Miner Silk Touch. Because of this place. It's not got what the heck? Oh. Yeah, we need to go to a new place. That would be the way to go. Silk Touch. Yes, can I do that? Does that work? And then also Vein Miner? Hell yeah. This is what I'm talking about. This will give me all the lignite. This is valuable for making steel. And also oil. Oil is valuable. That actually is something interesting to note, is that while I have been making this, or while I have been making rubber and stuff, I actually haven't been using coal to do so, which therefore means I've cut off my supply of petroleum coke. Or no, not petroleum coke, just coal coke in general, which is important for the production of steel. Any type of coke can be used to make steel, but it's easier to get coal coke because it's kind of part of making oil, at least for that specific setup. That line is interesting. It runs the coal oil to pure oil setup. It's just a bunch of fractioning. But lignite and coal both can be made into coke. The difference between lignite and coal is that lignite will give you 100 millibuckets per briquette, and coal gives you 150 per briquette. So when I do oil, it's more beneficial that I run coal through my oil setup, but really it doesn't matter. Either way, I'm still getting what I'm after. Primarily oil. This is, oh, this is actually good. This is perfect. This will get me what I'm looking for. Iron. Because we don't have any. We should definitely go to, like, the moon or Mars or something, because I'm sure there will be plenty of minerals there for me to extract. It'd be optimal to do so. Okay. Scanning for iron. Nope. None there. None there. We could just start doing bedrock, but I'm not doing that. What a waste of coal coke that would be. Only 9 pieces so far. Of the thousands we're going to need. But that's just long term. We will need thousands. At this time, we only need probably like 3 or 4 stacks to actually progress to maybe another nuclear power plant for a different process. I actually am not sure what extensions we're going to be, or what process will extend our current capabilities. That's the words I'm looking for. Because currently, we have the ability to produce the plutonium-239 in the Xernox reactor. So, with plutonium-239, we need a pressurized water reactor, or PWR, to do stuff with that. Or, we need to make something that explodes. And I'm not interested in the latter of those. I'm more interested in something productive rather than something destructive. So we will have to find something productive to do with our plutonium. So if we look, plutonium 239. This just setting goals for later even. This actually makes plutonium 240 by decay or by transmutation. I'm not sure what this will do. This isn't even useful. What am I saying? Oh, we need the PWR to use this. We need the PWR to use this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, guys. We can use this in the PW. Oh, hey, actually, what was this? Plutonium 240. I mean, I guess it makes reactor grade. I guess reactor grade plutonium is actually a mix of 239 and 240. I know 241 was used in, what was it called? Like the first atomic bomb? The Trinity test or whatever? What was it? Is that available? Yes, it is. Plutonium 241 is available. Well, 239 is not very good. 239, kind of bad. Kind of useless. But, it has usages. It's just not anything I'm going to do with it. Maybe this. This isn't that good. Is this self-igniting? Can I do much with this? No. I mean, maybe. I'm not a big into RBMKs. It's just not been long enough since 1986, so we can't get started on that yet. Also, this texture change just doesn't seem familiar to me. Anyway, we must keep digging through the ground. Dig to victory, yes. We must harvest the entire surface of the earth, for it contains all of the iron we need. Man, I'm kind of sad that the plutonium 239 is not as useful as I was hoping. I mean, HEP 239. Why is it so obscure? Why? I love you, HEP 239, high enriched plutonium 239. You are my favorite. You will make so much good stuff. The reason I want to get the PWR at any point will be just to simply run crucibles and things that are so easy to run off of coal. But with a reactor, I could run them for 5 billion years. At 10 times the efficiency. It's quite interesting thing. Which is crazy. Honestly, I don't know much about nuclear reactors in real life. I couldn't tell you. I'm pretty sure either one of two statements is true. Either the energy output is super high for a little duration, basically meaning that in 10 years the rods expire, but you get a lot of energy out of it in 10 years. Or it's a lower output of energy, but over 30 years. I think either of those statements could be true. Or both could be true. Because technically, but this is not a reactor, an RTG, radioisotopic generator, can run for like 100 years. Or 80 in the case of, I think, the best ones, plutonium. But a long time. It's a long-term source of power. So I figure, I'm not sure how often they need to actually refuel a nuclear reactor. How often does that even occur? How do they even do that? I don't understand that. I don't know much about that part of the process. Is it just we think it's not working? That's what I would do. I'd be like, hey, the reactor is no longer producing power, guys. I think it stopped producing power. I think it's out of juice. I think it's fully decayed and fully transmuted into some lead. I think we got a nice chunk of nuclear radioactive lead right here because it's been 5 billion years. I don't know. That's beyond my knowledge. But that's because I have not been into that field. If I was in that field, I'd probably be an expert on it. Could probably tell you, oh yeah, every 5 weeks we change out the fuel rods or something. We want to keep maximum efficiency at the power plant. We will change out the fuel rods every 5 seconds. Efficiency could be a parabolic graph if you measure it correctly. Well, no, it is a parabolic graph. Efficiency versus what would that even be called? I don't know the word for it. But let's say you take out the fuel rod every 5 seconds. Efficiency versus time that is spent into time invested. Okay, this could be an interesting mathematical graph. One that I could argue with somebody about for like hours, which would be amazing to talk about. Amazing plan for the near future. This will be useful in like, I don't know, probably by Saturday this will be useful to me. Or when I get back on Friday, this should be useful. When I get back on Friday, I will use this graph that I've come up with to be just actually annoying to somebody. Essentially, the graph measures the time you invest into something versus, what was it again? Like efficiency, like productivity. The time invested versus productivity is parabolic. So I figure the more time I invest into something, it is only good to an extent. Because either it gets harder and it's not as easy to progress, or here's what I think could be true is that instead of it getting harder to progress, it's more of I am less capable to progress based on the more time invested. This could be a true statement. I don't know. Honestly, this would require you to do an experiment. But like, if it's a thought experiment, like I'm thinking about it. I am thinking about this. I'm thinking of what I think is the answer. I theorize. Okay, I theorize that essentially productivity caps at a certain extent of time invested, either due to boredom or some other reason. Very fascinating to think of. But this doesn't necessarily mean what I'm thinking is true. It just means that I think that there's something and I don't have the actual answer yet. Which means I either need to go investigate to find the answer, but I don't want to do that because I don't really care and I don't have the time. It's more fun to just argue with somebody about it and be like, well, I created this new graph that says this. This new graph I have here shows that, as you can see, a sledgehammer is, well, that one's actually like common sense true. The sledgehammer one is always going to be common sense true because no matter what, a sledgehammer at 10 feet away from a wall is never going to be able to impact the wall. Versus a sledgehammer that is right up against the wall will also not be able to damage the wall. Therefore, the most efficient point to hit with a sledgehammer is somewhere close enough to the wall to where the sledgehammer can hit, but then also not too far away to where it cannot hit. Which creates a parabolic graph. Essentially, it looks, the trajectory, well, the graph will look like a bullet is flying from one side to the other. Or parabolic trajectory. Awesome, awesome. But essentially with that, there's not really much that the point in measuring something like that. It is not very valuable information at all. It is purely useless because everybody knows you just hit a wall with a sledgehammer. You just take the sledgehammer to the wall. Very basic information. It's common sense because everybody's done it, and if you haven't done it, you've done something similar to it. But I guess the practical application could be something else. It might have a different application than just being like, oh, well, if you hit a sledgehammer at this distance, it does this thing, and if you hit it at this distance, it doesn't do anything. I don't think I can come up with a practical application for that graph, though. It's so useless. It's not something that's ever going to be useful because it's so common that. Okay, well, here's another graph I could come up with then. Something that's super common, right? So common that it is like. Okay, what am I trying to explain? How common something is occurring to. I'm trying to think of the words, but I know what I'm thinking of. How common something occurs to the value of knowing that it occurs. What I mean is, like, so basically, the value of that graph, right? There's no actual, like, that graph is useless. The sledgehammer graph is never going to be useful. Nobody's going to use the sledgehammer graph. It just exists because I made it exist. It just exists because it's so common and so basic that anybody could prove it to be true by just testing it and being like, oh, well, I'm 10 feet away, swing the hammer. All I hit is air. Oh, I'm like right up against the wall. Swing the hammer. Does absolutely nothing. It's so common sense, so simple that using that graph, the common sense to how provable something is. Like, if something is already known to be true, then it's always going to be true. Wait a second. Well, that defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to say. And I can't even remember what I'm trying to say. I'm thinking too fast right now. But, like, you essentially could say, like, no matter how, okay, no. The provability of something that is just common sense. You don't need to prove it at all. It's already well known. But what if you needed to prove it because somebody was like, well, I don't believe that. That's never going to happen, though. But what if it did? What if somebody said they don't believe gravity is real? Well, how do I prove gravity then? That's a question. I don't even know. I don't care about gravity. I care about sledgehammers hitting a wall at 5 feet away, okay? You think I care about gravity? That's just so low level for me. Too low level for me to think about. I have to think about the high level stuff. Sledgehammers versus a wall. But still, there's got to be other stupid things I can think of. Like, well, it's stupid, but at the same time, the complexity of the stupidity is what makes it valuable. What gives it its value to me, my enjoyment. Like, I can think about anything, and I can come up with something as dumb as, oh, a sledgehammer 500 feet away from a wall? Yeah, it does absolutely nothing. Of course it's going to do nothing. It's 500 feet away. Yet I still want to think of it because it just makes an interesting graph. It makes a parabola, which is something they teach in, like, I don't even remember what it's called. Like geometry algebra? I think it's in algebra. Like basic level algebra, they taught me that. Parabola. Graph. But the thing is with a parabola is that it's really simple. Usually the equation was like super simple. I don't know. It was like something times x or something times y on the graph, or I don't know. Nobody really. I don't understand math that good. I don't understand math that good, but I can tell you. I can just start talking about like the dumbest stuff ever. I need to come up with other things to think of, though. Like, what if we measure the distance from a specific point on the Earth to the sun, and then measure it throughout the day consistently for 5 days, and create a graph of the distance? I think the actual outcome of that would probably be like a wavelength. An analog wavelength kind of graph. Basically a parabola that loops. Like, so let's say I have a graph. Right? Here's my graph right here. And then if I have a parabola, it's gonna look like this. Okay, but then on a oscillating wavelength, this would be mirrored on the other section of the graph. Which I think is what I would get from that equation, because measuring something that moves and then returns to the same point. For example, the sun, if I were to say, oh, hey, distance from this specific block to the sun, I think it would create a graph that oscillates back and forth in a wavelength that might even represent where the sun is. Because obviously if the sun's in the opposite position, it'd be -1. In theory. Well, I mean, it would probably be -1. So if we said 0 is just where it's at right now. 0 is where it's at right now. Then 1 would be there. -1 would probably be on the opposite side. And so that would mean that every time it's at 0, it can be at 0 there or on the opposite side. And then -1 would be there and 1 would be there. I figure that's how that would work, but I could be wrong. And so every time it's at 1, the graph would reflect that as being at its apex. Or, inversely, when it's at -1, same exact thing. So basically at that point, depending on how long you measure it, it will create a graph that is basically a wavelength. But the wavelength isn't really like, oh, it's like, like light. But it's more like, it's kind of similar, like in the way it looks. It's just an analog representation of a number. If it was digital, the sun could only be at 0, 1, 0, or -1, which would not even be digital because there's only 2 options in digital. But that theoretically would be, I mean, that'd be very fascinating to actually see. Super fascinating. I would love to see that information. Or, in other words, if you wanted to measure it even more efficiently, rather than using the sun, I would say we just take probably something and put it on something and allow it to spin and measure the distance of it from the starting point. Well, actually, that's always going to... Well, that means that this is exactly the same scenario. But that would mean that the sun spins around the Earth. Well, I guess in this case it does. It's Minecraft. Okay, well, we don't know. But the Earth spins around the sun. In reality, I mean, it would work. The position of the sun in the sky. That would be the way to do it. I'll be back in a second. We're solving interesting problems right now. I have returned, and not talk about the sun anymore, because we need to focus and stop talking about the sun and measuring it on a graph. That would be absolutely stupid. It doesn't matter if we can put the sun on the graph, it's in the sky. It doesn't matter. Numbers don't matter. Results matter. I don't care about numbers, I care about results. Let's go ahead and see what we're doing. Steel production needs to be underway at this time. And also, we need to figure out the situation with all of this mess, because all of our current setup doesn't accommodate for automating all of my coal production. So let's go ahead and figure that out, because I want coal and I want it now. I want steel and I want 5 billion liters of steel. Solid steel. Measured in liters. I mean, liters are volume. It doesn't have to measure liquid. Don't tell me I need to measure all of my liquids or measure all my volume in liters. Or no. Well, technically you can measure volume in cubic feet, or you can measure it in liters, which are just meters cubed, I think. I don't even know. Well, in the SI system of measurement, your meters are going to be the same as liters, but not the same as decaliters or deciliters or however you want to say it. So, math. I like science and math, but I don't like math that much. Like I said, I don't like numbers, I like results. We don't need to do math to figure out that the sun is in the sky and it will be in a different position at each time of day. That's so basic information, we don't need to use math to figure that out. Okay, so I'm figuring that we need to find some way to move items into there, but I'm not sure how to do that at this time. So I believe the answer is to lower this by 1 block. However, that's pretty stupid because this will also need to be... the answer is to raise this by 1 block. Turn and raise. So basically what I'm saying, we will take this and turn it this way and go over this. Then go down the other side. Or actually stay that high. Gave the best advice today to anybody, which is good. Because, yeah. I know a little bit. And somebody was asking me something today. Well, not really asking, but was saying, "Oh, I'm gonna try to do what you're doing. I'm gonna follow in your footsteps." And I'm like, no, you're stupid. No, please don't do that. No. Just a little different. Same, but a little different. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, okay? I gave advice to help that person so they don't end up where I'm at, because that's bad. I don't want that of anybody. Because I wake up every morning and I just hate everything. So that's... Why is this here? What purpose does it serve? I need answers to these questions. I can give advice about a lot of things if somebody were to ask me something. I know most answers to most things, but I think most people don't see that because of just me existing as what I am. So but I know a lot of things. A lot of things beyond what I need to know reasonably. And that is useful. Should be used. Should be used. What am I doing with this? Alright, let's go ahead and give this a shot. Let's see if this will do all of my coal and lignite. Coal and lignite. And then give it some time to figure out what it's doing. Yes, good job. Due processing. Due process. Due process of law. One time I took a law class for no reason at all. And it wasn't really, like, every single thing I did in high school was just like, go to school, do your classwork in 2 minutes because I'm just that great. Because everybody else was too busy on their phones or was just mentally brain damaged. So, they didn't want to put in the work. I don't know. So I was able to actually go and do my work in 2 minutes. And then you know what I did after that? I went and read the Purex process, or about, high performance polymers. Read a book about high performance polymers and tell me it's interesting. You won't. I will, because I like that book. It's a good book. Told me a lot about all kinds of things. Played me some supersymmetry as well. Became a genius at doing supersymmetry and logic, because really, you don't learn much from video games, but you get the logic from video games. Essentially, in other words, this just teaches you logic. Like, this is actually just me engaging in learning logic. Because logic is useful. Because if you can't creatively problem solve, what are you going to do when you need to creatively problem solve? Nothing. Because you can't. Your brain does not work that way. That's why you need to exercise your brain so it will work for creative problem solving. But you may never need to creatively problem solve, because it's not always something that everybody has to do. For me, I like to creatively problem solve, because that is fun. Enjoyable hobby. It's not even just a skill, it's a hobby. Creative problem solving hobby. Do puzzles. No. I hate puzzles though. Hate puzzles, I hate riddles, because that's more like I have to actually think about what I'm thinking instead of just actually knowing what I'm thinking. I'm not sure how to explain that. I have to think about external information that doesn't make sense. Usually. I mean, it still has problem solving. It has to be. Maybe I'm just not good at riddles. I've never actually been good at riddles. Good at riddles. But I've been good at chemistry. Genius at chemistry, bro. Genius at chemistry. Not really. Just do what a paper tells you to do. You'll always get it right. Try to do something on your own. You'll spend 5 years doing it until you get it right. But it's okay. Because at the end of the day, eventually you might get it right. What am I doing? Engine lubricant. We can actually start making HP solvent soon if we get an RBMK. It's awesome. Need to learn what the Russians say RBMK as. RBMK. Reactor something, probably. Actually, probably has nothing to do with reactor. Think. What am I doing? Focus. Okay, we left off. We were trying to make a chemical plant. So chemical plant, let's open it up. Okay, focus on the task at hand. Focus on the task at hand. Chemical plant. Okay. Chemical plant. It's a machine that does chemical stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now count out what we're gonna need for those. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was gonna do it in threes, but I'm not doing that today. 16. Usually we do it in threes because it's just simpler that way. It makes a lot more sense to count by threes rather than actually count, or maybe by twos sometimes. Twos are good, threes, fives, eights, reasonable numbers to count by, but typically 3, at least for motors. Motors, usually I do 3. 3 count for motors. It's just reasonable. Reasonable counting skills. Counting skills, yes. One, two. Now let's see. Analog circuit board. Now, do I even have... Oh, yeah, I have some. Oh, you better believe I have some. You better believe. Don't just tell me you believe. Show me you believe. Oh, that's a good quote. Somebody needs to use that someday. It's not gonna be me. Motivational quotes. I mean, a quote wouldn't be that motivational. What was another quote I came up with? I think last stream I came up with something stupid that actually sounds pretty good. I don't even... Oh, it's the one with the... It's the one with numbers. Or no, it's the one with, I don't care about numbers. I care about results. So that's a good quote right there. Somebody can use that for something. I think somebody else said that before I did, probably. But I'm just making it sound way better because their voice probably wasn't good enough. My voice is the best voice. So... that's why. That's why it's important. Alright, let's just run all the way back over the factory, jump over my lignite powder, start working on the next thing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. I like that. That worked out really well. Assembly time. I need to make this pipes. 1, 2. Oh, okay, never mind. Only can do 2. Motors, got them. Wires. Show me the wires. 1, 2. Coils. Boom. 1, 2. Not even 1, 2. It was just 1. 1 click was the answer. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you don't have enough? What's the holdup? What's the problem? There's an issue. What is the malfunction? Show me the issue. 16? Oh. I'm stupid because I didn't put it in there. What is this, a brick of C4? I love the C4 blocks in this. I used to use those on a server. I had a server back in the day, and I'd be like, "Alright, guys. You all know what time it is. It's time for me to set up one of these nice booby traps." And I'll just place down blocks of C4. It was literally just a wooden house. It was like a dirt house. And I placed it on the opposite side of the world from that guy's base. He gave me the coordinates to it, and I was like, okay. I know where his base is. It's time to set up this small little trap so they can come investigate it and get exploded. And I was like, okay. Set up my little trap. Next thing you know, it's on the opposite side of the planet, and they're not going to go there. So it was ineffective. Ineffective. But that it was a strategy on that server. The other strategy was that we just made plutonium-239, which we could then use the 239 for a special type of designator. If you go into designators, there's a few designators available. You have airstrike designator, atomic bomb, and civilian airlock. How do you get it? What? Okay, this is not in vanilla HBM. This must be a James 2H feature. Anyway, you can see you need a mini nuke high yield, which requires plutonium-239. And only 4 pieces at that. For a high yield. And then you can quite literally used to be able to slap this right onto one of these designators, and then you have this. Which was just overpowered. Because we would just make those. And then you know what happens next? Well, we already had we had broken the trees of the server, because the server pretty much was like, we had the rules for how we were going to do things. And it was like, well, let's go ahead and just go around the rules and just just make a couple 239 nuclear designators. Because, I mean, nobody said you couldn't make designators. They just said, no missiles, no bombs. We didn't make bombs, we made designators. Well, no nuclear. Keywords on nuclear, but I do not like to say that word because obviously people don't understand nuclear physics. That's why they're scared of the nuclear physics, because people do not understand. Oh, radiation, scary. Understand. Learn. People are only afraid of things they don't learn. Hurry up, we need more oil. Hurry up. Make the oil faster. Much more quickly. Faster. Something's clogged. Something is stopping my oil setup. No. At this time, nothing is clogging the oil setup. The oil setup is not clogged. The oil setup will never clog. With so much petroleum coke that I'm not actually going to use for anything. This is depressing. It could be so useful, but here it is. Unuseful. Ineffective. What are we actually doing now? We're supposed to make an infinite water tank. So I can sneeze my lungs out. I'm allergic to infinite water tanks, guys. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I mean, technically, allergies aren't necessarily somebody's fault. Okay. Well, we have to think of something that is to make that into a good joke. It's not even a joke. It's just downright stupidity. Downright stupidity. The best flavor of humor. Is stupidity humor, or is it humorous because... No, it's obviously humorous because of our perspective. What the heck? Oh wait, does this have the thing on it? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Guys, I'm dumb. I don't have the safety thing. Oh no. God dang it. We're singing the oh no song. The world is over. The world is collapsing. I will go ahead and find where I have my helmet that is old. Where did we use to, where did I put it? Certainly has to be in there somewhere. You know, it's not in there, and I'm gonna have to go ahead and check for quadruple certainty. Triple certainty. We have all of the safety equipment installed. There should be no reason for any nuclear disasters to occur because a giant rock falls out of the sky on my nuclear power plant while I'm running it. None of that should happen. But we will see. I wonder what the code is for the actual determination of when these will spawn. Basically what I mean is like what code tells these to like fall out of the sky or determines when they can. Is that just like, oh, every few ticks in game we can spawn in a giant rock that falls out of the sky? Or every certain number of ticks? Or is it like random? It would make more sense that it's random. It could be a random chance every game tick, but very low numbers. Or with an additional function or like additional part that says, oh well, every few thousand, this number of game ticks, then you can begin to calculate the chance of this happening. Hopefully nobody needs me to explain anything like that, because that would actually hurt for me to try to explain that in dumber terms. It's hard to explain things in a way that most people can understand, because it's really easy to think on the highest level rather than on a level that most people understand, which is probably like backwards. It should be like very important that people understand information. So it's a skill to be able to actually tell an idiot how something works. But a lot of times idiots will understand pictures, so pictures are great for idiots. But sometimes pictures might not be the best way to explain things. And that goes into like the science of like information, like how people learn information, retain information. It's super interesting. And it's only interesting particularly because like in order to be effective at learning, you need to learn how people learn. So like you basically have to learn how to teach to be effective at learning. Because you cannot retain information by like, oh, let me just, at least for me, I can't just retain information by being like, let me look at a piece of paper for like 16,000 years. I'm just going to end up throwing rocks at somebody at that point. I'm going to be standing on the rocks. I'm going to look at this piece of paper. I'm going to be like, man, there's rocks here. I'm going to throw the rocks at somebody instead of actually staring at the paper. There's no point in that. It's just, that's more like what I would call lazy learning or lazy teaching. Like, teaching should be engaged. Very engaged. However, that is more like a self-taught kind of, or self-teaching at that point. Self-teaching is different from teaching or like educating. This is all from experience though. Like I learned best either by actively engaging in the creative problem solving process, which is like, I'm not sure, like there's not like a, I don't know if there's actually like that's an actual term, but like if I want to learn something, if I try to find out the answer on my own, that gives me a lot more than if I were to ask somebody for the answer, or like, well, sometimes asking for the answer is super easy because then they get me like, oh, well, this is how this works, common sense answer, and I could ask more questions from there. But sometimes it's easier to learn by just being like, well, if I can do this, I can do that. Oh, well, then there's the answer. Figure the answer out is a lot better, but not a lot of people can always figure out the answer to certain questions, which is why you have to push them to the answer. So like, but not necessarily a hint, give them like super obvious hints, more like, well, if this and this are the thing, then, oh, push them to the answer. Like, it's push them to the answer, not necessarily always the best expression to use, because guide them to the answer, but do it by giving them more to look at than rather than like the two things you give them to start with. Well, A plus B, I don't know what A plus B is, and I don't want to give them C, so I'm going to give them what happens when A plus B. Or basically, in other words, I'm going to, instead of necessarily saying, oh, well, 1 plus 1 equals, I could say, if you have two items, or no, if you have one item and another item, how many items do you have? And that's 2 items. That's very basic. But at the same time, if somebody can't understand that, it's as easy as just changing how you're guiding them to it, maybe. Or changing how you're trying to get them to figure out that. Because not necessarily if somebody struggles with learning that kind of information, it's probably not the best to just throw more of that information at them. Super interesting stuff. What am I doing? I lost focus again because I cannot focus on anything. I guess it is time for a mixing machine. Yes, it is called a mixer. Oh yes, we also have the infinite water source, which was the okay. So I finished one task and then I just got lost and sidetracked on this task. That's fine. We have plenty of time. Oh, was I supposed to make nuclear separation devices? I think I was. We'll get onto that in a second. We'll head over there and we'll set up some crafting tables. Anyway, I can talk about it while I'm doing this. I should be able to focus on multiple things at the same time. This shouldn't be that difficult, but essentially, like, learning super complex, and you just can't really, like, there's a lot of learning styles as well. Like, learning styles goes into that as well. Like, if you're trying to teach somebody information, like, it's not always the best to just throw a sheet of paper at them and expect them to learn that information by just reading it over and over and over again. Yes, like, they're getting repetitions, but those repetitions have no value if, basically, all it is, like, at a certain point, your brain will just shut off and won't even think about that information. So, like, what I like to do with that is not necessarily continue to, like, let's not necessarily try to, like with a sheet of paper, right? Like, you could change that into, like, creative problem solving. That's an option. Like, it's a way people learn. But you can also say, like, auditory, like, there's the auditory, hands-on, and, like, what is it? I don't know, written and stuff like that. Like, there's different ways that people retain information through that. But also, like, obviously, if I were to break down learning into, like, something, like, the best way to learn, I think really it comes down to, like, a process. It's obvious. It is a process. Well, I'm trying to explain it. Essentially, if you want somebody to learn, you should start off with maybe opening their brain up, like, get them warmed up. Like, a good warm-up, it's something that people do in sports, something that has benefit, because it gets your brain active. Your brain needs to start and be engaged before you even start to learn, I feel like. Because if your brain's already engaged and then you immediately go into your subject that you're trying to teach somebody, that will help, I feel like. Because I know if I were to just go like, oh, well, I could probably do it. I'm too smart. But the thing is that, like, I feel like most people would probably rather just start off or wouldn't even want to learn. Like, I don't know if people would want to learn. Yeah, actually, you do have to want to learn. That is another statement that is true. Because if you do not want to learn, then you won't learn anything, because you're not going to get any value out of it. You might learn something, be like, oh, there's interesting facts about it. Oh, okay. You might learn something if you don't want to learn, but, like, you're not going to want to learn as much. Like, wanting to learn is actually just as important as learning itself. How do you get somebody to want to learn? That's the question. Like, if somebody doesn't want to learn, how do you get them to that point? Then, well, I am not even sure about that. I have not experienced not wanting to learn, so I do not have an answer to that question at that time, or at this time. However, I mean, I don't know. You either, well, with that, you can either, what I would say would be either to use a punishment or reward process to encourage learning, which is you learn, you get reward. It's the most basic psychology, super useful stuff. That would work, probably, in some capacity. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. With this, right, we have our wonderful setup right here, ready to go, ready to produce some wonderful things and items and stuff. But essentially, what I want to do with this is I'm going to have a hopper that goes into a conveyor exporter, and it's going to go to here, right? And I'm going to insert into this thing. Boom. So we're going to insert in there. And, like, logical stuff too. That's interesting, because creative problem solving is just like logic. Like, it's thinking through a problem to the answer rather than problem answer. A lot of learning retention that way. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm trying to make... Okay. We need a hopper. We also need ejectors. Ejectors are here. Okay. Hopper is made with 5 iron, so I should have that somewhere. Should have the 5 iron somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, give me some wood. There we go. This will allow me to export sulfur from that into the other thing. And then we need another mixer. Okay, now this is good. We are getting places with this. 1, 2. Go to here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go to here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're making progress. Thinking through this. Focused. I am focused. Very focused right now. In the zone. Okay. So the industrial mixer is finished. This will allow us to make fracking solution. Basically the solvent we need for our drill to actually work. Our power drill. The ultimate power drill from God to take all of the oil out of planet Earth. The fracking tower. It will be so good that environmental enthusiasts everywhere will be afraid. They'll be petrified with fear as I do great things to the planet. Environmental emissions, no problem. We have a fracking tower to stop that from happening. Alright, so this is good. And then all I have to do now is take this and go to here. Boom. Now, inserter. Boom. Let's go. It's good. The ejector is ready. Is the hopper ready? No. Probably not. But here we go. So that's that done. That means now I have to make a peroxide plant. So peroxide is made here. Kaboom. And then also, we probably should route the power a little differently because currently, the way this is set up is not going to be the most effective way of running the power plant. Running the setup. Because, essentially, what we are doing is potentially allowing energy to, like... I want to be able to say, oh, energy, you go here at this time because all of this doesn't matter. We need to keep everything running. We need to get that fracking tower up and running. And it's going to cost a lot of energy. Because we haven't even gotten any of the things to reduce it from, you know, causing us a super massive energy crisis. So it's going to cause us a massive energy crisis. In other words, I need to reroute power. So that way the energy grid is much more efficient. And it's not hard. It sounds like it'd be complicated. But it's really simple. Really simple task. All I have to do is take this wires... And then I have to get some cobblestone. So I can make a lever. Because this will allow me to just stop the power from going places I don't want it to go. I want full control over that power. I don't want it to go somewhere stupid. Electricity needs to be going wherever I need it to go, when I need it to go there. Without any questions. Or without any stupidity. Or anything like, oh, hey, I didn't have it set up this way. So I can't actually do it in the future. I can see us having a power crisis. Where the energy doesn't work. Doesn't go to where it needs to go. So we need to have that in there. And then here's the other thing. Oh, that still works, doesn't it? Does it? Does it work? Or does this work better? Ah! Ha! Okay, I see how this is. This works better. Therefore, I will go with this answer to the problem. Whoosh. Okay, that's good. That's good enough. Wait, does this actually make it all the way over here? Boom to boom. Kaboom. Good. Energy will now make it to the system. And then also we need a second power coupler for that thing. What the heck they're called? A relay. Perfect. So we were talking about like learning and stuff because learning is interesting. It's super interesting stuff. None of the things I think are interesting are going to be interesting to other people ever. Because while it might be interesting to me, that means it's just so obscure to most people that it's probably not interesting at all. It has zero value to most people. Not valuable information at all. Water. Okay, we need water for this? Okay, cool. Actually, in real life you need hydroquinone and anthrohydroquinone or something. Some cool stuff. It's actually a cycle to make hydrogen peroxide in real life, which is H2O2. So it has 2 water and 2 hydrogen. That makes it very flammable at high concentration. However, you cannot really get anything higher than 30% civilian grade. So like without like a license or without being some kind of dark magician to most people and doing some weird stuff in your basement with vacuum distillation. I've seen it done before. This guy was crazy. That was a crazy guy, but he did it. He got it to like 110% apparently, which doesn't make any sense. How can you have 110% hydrogen peroxide? What is it at that point? Like gaseous hydrogen peroxide? Like there's no water in it at all. It's so hydrogen peroxide that it's just there's no water at all. I think that's what it would be. To make up, well, he did it based on the weight of the final product. Like what I mean is the masses of the final product. So what he had afterwards was more than he had beforehand. So that's how he had 110%. Which, I mean, in theory, that makes a lot of sense that you'd have 110% if you had more than you started with. Anyway, all of this petroleum gas, while it might seem very useless, or might have seemed very useless, is very useful now. Because now, all of the petroleum gas is going to go to one place. That place being the fracking tower. Because it needs all of it. It needs every single piece of petroleum gas. Every milliliter of petroleum gas will be turned into an economic crisis. We will destroy the world. What? No, I mean, not an economic crisis. An environmental crisis. Dang it. How do we mess up so badly? This is sad. The fracking solution of all time. Sulfuric acid, and you can't really change recipes for this. Please don't try to. Sulfuric acid. If you do, you will probably do something stupid. Sulfuric acid is great for the soul. Put it into here. Ah, wonderful. It just works. We will now have fracking solution. Yes. Yes. Clapping for victory. We have achieved the fracking solution. Now we just have to achieve the massive pipeline. BP will not be able to do as good of a pipeline as what we're about to do. Because it has to go 2,000 blocks in the direction over there. So we're going to have some fun with this. Oh, yeah, by the way. Not only do I have to have a pipe that sends the fracking solution there, I need to have a pipe that sends the oil back to here. And then also a pipe that burns natural gas. So, like, this is going to be stupid. But that's okay. It's part of the process. It's acceptable. Stupidity is acceptable. It's fine. Let me head over to here, see what's going on with my flare stack. That's where I'm going to start with this part, is probably the flare stack. It's got an effectiveness 2 upgrade, which is going to be the most important part, because this is actually going to stop us from destroying the energy in our base in 5 seconds. Then, this is where all of the power grid and switching comes into play. Because I need switches to stop the power from going to wrong places and causing issues and stuff like that. Because power consumption is huge. It's a huge thing. You need to be aware of the power consumption in your base. Otherwise, you'll destroy all of the energy. You need to know what machines consume a lot of energy, what machines don't, and how to actually mitigate energy from being an issue. Because not only do you need to have better power supplies, but you need to have better technology to stop that. For example, you can use an effectiveness Mark III upgrade or Mark II upgrade to stop energy from being, or like a crisis inside of one of these. We'll see a power saving upgrade or effectiveness upgrade. I think both. Speed upgrade. It's actually, I'm probably going to just go with a power saving upgrade because I don't need it to be fast or efficient. I just need it to work. I don't care about numbers, I care about results, okay? So we'll get those results as I would like. So we'll set this to natural gas. It's probably already natural gas. Yes, it is. Boom, and then start that there. This allows me to reroute power back from that. That doesn't seem super useful, but it is. Because having that capability of being able to reroute power back to that means that all of the natural gas we're going to burn there is going to be sent back into the machine. There's also a machine that does this, or an upgrade that does it on its own. If I go check here, upgrade. It's probably called gas burning upgrade or something. Emitter, or no. No. Overdrive. I don't know. It's something in there. Oh. Smelter upgrade? No. No. Fire rate upgrade. Doesn't matter what it's called, but there's probably an upgrade out there that does that for you, so you don't need to worry about it. This is awesome. This looks like the best chemical setup I've ever done for this, by the way. It looks actually pretty beautiful. Doesn't use too much stuff, doesn't use too much sulfuric acid. Looks good. Oh, we need to make another chemical plant because I want to get rid of all of those aromatic hydrocarbons and other petroleum chemical products, which I think I can adequately do by using a chem plant to make it all into bakelite for AKs. So that will be good. We could use more AKs in this world. It's the best weapon of all time. Paddle magazine release. That's brilliant. Super good idea. Very similar to SKS. Well, yeah. Like honestly, the SKS and AK are very similar because of their origin. From what I've seen, at least. I haven't seen much, though. I've seen the sights on the SKS, and it kind of reminds me of the AK sights. Well, the fact that it has like a flip-up sight for rifle grenades, which is a very foreign concept to me, but also very ancient. The ancient ritual of launching a grenade out of the barrel of your rifle. Very inefficient and very dangerous, because then what if you get confused and accident? That's like stupid. Why would you fire a grenade out of like, unless you're like a caveman in the primitive era of weaponry, aka 1940, primitive age of weaponry, aka World War I, primitive age of weaponry. Then it makes sense to be using like a rifle fired grenade. But it surprises me that that's still like, I mean, I guess if you haven't changed your firearm in like 60 years, barely changed it, then it might, like it's still a part of a feature of the weapon. Very interesting. What was I focusing on before I lost focus? Let's go ahead and grab wires. That's why I came here, right? Cables. We need to make huge pylons, okay? This is my favorite part of HBM. It's called pylons. The pylon of all time. The biggest pylon is the best pylon. We're going to choose the large electricity pylon. It's going to cost you quite a bit of red copper to make these pylons, okay? Trust me, you will want to make these pylons because these will change your life. Scroll down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. That should be enough to sufficiently start the production of pylons. Okay, that's fine too. I mean, we could always do with more coils. It won't change much. It changes very little in the long run. Alright, then steel. Steel in the form of beams and insulators. Brilliant. I like insulators. Let's make quite a few. Cool. Okay, we just need steel. Brain. I actually might have some of these just sitting around. Let's stop, think, and assess the situation. Where might I have some of these? I must have some somewhere. Otherwise, I'm throwing away so much valuable resources on just like a stupid little thing. I have 4. That's not enough. Okay, that will not be sufficient, but it will be more than enough to make at least one of the things, the substation. Because you can't just have power pylons that are super giant and not have a substation. You're not allowed to do that. Not in this world. Not in this reality. No, no, no. Bobcat says so. So you have to follow his rules. Alright, substation is going to be the cheapest. Take a look at substation. As you can see, 8 copper coils per each one. Super depressing that it costs 8 of them. And 12 insulators. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Why do you have to cost all of my insulators and all of my stuff? Because now all I have left is 6 of these. That is sad. That is sad. It could be so simple. Yet it chooses not to be. It's a choice. Simplicity or not being simplicity. And it chose not to be simplicity. It chose to be complex. Stop with the meteorite hitting my base. Stop it. Please. Praying to Jesus the meteors don't hit your base no more. How about we hurry up and get to where that meteor crashed so I can find out what's in it? Absolutely nothing. From this distance I can spot that it's just a red hot rock. I want to get things done fast so we can move on to our next task. But I can't focus, so that's not going to happen. Apparently I need to make more wires, and I only have 6 of those. I'm not sure how this has occurred, but this is textbook my problems. I've used all of my red copper to make, like, what, 6 billion of these. Let's make a new substation, because I think you need a second one. Substation, boom, and oh, no, you can't make a second one because you need 4. But that's okay, because I can get more. Are you ready? No, you're not. You're not ready for this. You're not ready for what I have. You're not. I have something good. Right here. No. No! I don't know what I'm doing. At this time, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm just doing something. You know, it's something that crossed my mind recently. Was like, I don't really care if somebody knows what they're doing, I just want them to do something. Like, there was this thing I did recently where this one guy really was clueless about what he was doing. And I told him what to do. I had to, it wasn't my job to tell him what to do. I shouldn't have had to tell him what to do. But I understand 2 things. This guy probably didn't know what he was doing anyway. So, like, I mean, there's that. If you don't know what you're doing, it's like, I mean, you should know what you're doing, but if you don't know what you're doing, like, I don't... See, as long as you do something. But he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. Like, at least try to do something. Try to do something. Because you're supposed to do something. Yet, you're just choosing not to at that point. You're just choosing to do nothing. What more can you ask from somebody who doesn't know how to do something? Like, if you don't know how to do math, you're just trying to make it look like you do math on your paper. That's what I used to do in school. I didn't know how to do math. I just made that stuff up. Pulled it straight out of my behind and put it onto the paper and said, this is good quality work. Here. And apparently I was okay at it. Like, I got like 80% at least. Yeah. Man, I don't know what's going on right now, man. I don't even know. Alright, it's time for whatever's going on. Maybe I'm too loud. I'm the loudest person ever. I yell constantly, I feel like. Well, actually, no, not really. More so now than I used to. I used to not be as loud as I am. But I'd rather be the loudest person in the room than the quietest, because that's better. I have no clue what's going on. Let me find out if the answers have presented themselves to me. The answers probably have not presented themselves at this time. Answers are not real. What? No, answers are not real. There's no such thing as real answers. What am I doing? We were talking about math on paper and like how I would put... When I would do math, I'd be really just... I'd be a complete, like... I didn't know what I was doing with math. So I would just pull out the worst answers. Or pull out whatever answers I could and put it on the paper. Doesn't matter if it was correct or not. So, you see, what I think it makes most sense is that if you don't know what you're doing, you should at least try to do something. Because even if you don't know what you're doing, if you do something and it's not correct, well, you've done something, at least, which is better than nothing. Something is better than nothing. It's always going to be that way. Something has more value than nothing. Like, if you have some money, but you have... That's better than having no money. Like, there's a lot of ways of putting it. Like, that's in everything. Like, something is better than nothing. So when I had to do that, like, that bothered me a little bit. Because I was like, well, I shouldn't necessarily have to, but at the same time, he had no clue what he was doing. He just got here, like, not even that long ago. So that makes a lot of sense that he wouldn't know what he's doing. Done it, like, too much. So that makes sense that like, I would have to be like, oh, well, we have to do this. But, okay, here's the thing that makes it even worse, right? It was if you don't know what you're doing, and it's really simple. And you've also been given information about how to do it. Before. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's basic information. so easy to do it. So easy to do it. Shouldn't be an issue. But at the same time, I understand it somewhat. There's a lot of factors that go into it. Like, honestly, the guy didn't know what he was doing, and it was his first time getting taught it. So but at the same time, it's a lack of confidence at that point. I guess that'd be a lack of confidence, like in your own capabilities. Like, you're nervous about it because you're doing it for the first time. That's what probably happened. He was like, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. I've never been in this position before. I mean, and if I'm in the same position as far as that goes. Like, I don't have enough time of actually having to be like, well, I need this to happen. I don't know if I have the brain power to calculate something that fast. Like, it's more like, not necessarily that my brain is slow. It's more like I have too much in my brain to think about, and I can't think about that necessarily, I feel like. But to explain it better, if I have to make a decision in 5 seconds, I have to decide on something in 5 seconds. I'd rather have somebody else make that decision for me. I don't like to make decisions. Because if I make decisions, what if it's not the best decision I can make? That's difficult. Well, that's the wrong mentality. Hold on. So basically, it'd be more of, well, not necessarily if I have to make decisions, what if it's the wrong decision, because I know something is better than nothing. It's a question of thinking through the decision. But that means that would it be slow thinking? I don't know. It's not slow thinking. It's not slow thinking at all. Maybe it's not having the answer. That's what it is, probably. I would say I think that's what gets me most of the time, is that I don't have the answer. And if I don't have the answer, my answer is to just go ask somebody else. But that's not correct. That's not the correct way of doing it. The correct way of doing it is to find the answer. But the answer is not going to be easy to find. But the answer is doing something is better than doing nothing. So therefore, I should at least attempt to do something. But usually I lock up in that position, which I think falls the same way for most people. Like, well, for at least that guy in particular, who I had to tell, hey, we do this. We need to do this again. Like, and it should be common. Those should be like brainless responses. However, if I have to deal with something like I've never seen before, I'm not sure what to do in that scenario. However, and this is another however, we're stacking howevers here. It's nested howevers, which in programming is nested means that you have an if statement and an if statement. But we're not programming. Well, essentially, sorry, I lost my train of thought. What did I say? We said if statements nested. We're nesting. Well, the other, however, is that it's kind of a strict robot doctrine. Yeah, it's strict robot mentality. You have to do it exactly the way it is by the book, because that's the right way, the only way to do it. And if it's not the right way, then it's the wrong way. This is stupidity. That is stupidity there. And there's no way to change that. You cannot change that by doing the exact same thing again and again without any room to add in problem solving. But you can't just go straight to figure it out in 5 seconds, because I'm not going to be able to figure it out in 5 seconds if figuring it out in 5 seconds requires me to, you know, just take off running and I've never ran before. That's an analogy. Basically, what I mean in that is that you should walk and then crawl and run. Like to develop on the spot thinking. That's the way to go, rather than. So like I would start off with, what do you think you would do in this situation? Like scenarios like, so in this situation, what do you think you would do? And then build up to that situation. That would be the way to go as far as developing solutions, or creating somebody who's able to come up with solutions to problems on the spot. Because then you have all of the answers already, probably, but you can change it up. Instead of, okay, so what would you do in this scenario, and work them through that scenario. But then actually give them a slightly different scenario, where it's not the exact same, slight differences, and continue to deviate the differences slightly each time with each iteration of training, each iteration of whatever it is, to actually get to that, like to get to the point where, like, I don't know, it's hard to think of, like to get to the point where eventually that person is able to come up with an answer to most scenarios, or have a lot of experience to draw from like slower paced levels of information or stuff like that. Because doing it all at once is like, that would be overwhelming the brain, so it can't be able to capacitate or function. But that's the kind of thinker you need, is somebody who can be like, oh, well, I know exactly what to do in this scenario. It's not like I've been here 1,000 times, but I just can, okay, I gotta make a decision to do this. That's that exact kind of person you want for something like that. Problem is that I don't do that. I'm not there yet. Not on the spot thinker. And even like the thing with that is like, on the spot thinking, I think video games probably develop that pretty well. Not this video game for for certain. This game does not develop that. This is more creative problem solving, but on the spot thinking would be like, oh, I'm gonna go play this multiplayer game where there's complete unpredictability and I don't know what I'm doing. But for me, multiplayer is unappealing, so I do not play that. Competitively, unappealing. Not to say that I don't like competition, it's just to say that I'd rather be the best of the best at what I'm going to do. And usually competition, I suck at it because I'm not on the spot thinking. But that must be inexperience. Could be able to think more and do more. A lot of subjects to think of today. But yeah, so that was one of the things I did. Was I was like, okay, well, we need to do this. And just was like, I should not have had to tell him what to do. Like, in that scenario, that should not happen. I should not be telling him what to do. But he didn't know what to do. So I told him what to do. Like, we need to do this. We need to bound. We need to move. He did not know. He did not know to move. And then when we finally go and move, instead of doing it the way it's supposed to be done, we did it wrong. Because they did not know what they were doing. Or they're uncoordinated. One of those two. More to understand than meets the eye. There's more to every scenario than meets the eye. More to everything than I can see. Something deeper in everything. But that is something that does not really matter too much right now. Because I need to focus on this fracking tower. This thing is more important than, oh, there's so much in everything. Say that every 5 billion times. Hello. What's up? We're setting up the fracking tower of all time. It's just gonna take a minute. Like, actually, it's gonna take a minute, because, I mean, you just got here, and I've almost finished everything. We already had the fracking tower set up. We're just hooking it up to power. Oh, was I supposed to do this so soon? I think I'm a little dumb for doing this, but that's okay. It's already got a power saving level 2 upgrade, which is good. Please drill to the bottom of the earth. Bore to the core. Oh, what the heck? Super volcano? Get this stuff out of here. No more super volcano on my planet Earth. I will nuke the super volcano and save Super Earth. Kaboom! This is the industrial project of all time. Okay, we will give this 30 seconds to do its job. In the meantime, we need to assemble an oil pipeline better than BP. Or what is it called? Buy something petroleum. I don't remember. British Petroleum? BP? I don't know, but I remember something about an oil rig burning involving BP. Which is fascinating. I'm not sure why I think of that every time I think of. It's like they have a green logo with a sun in it. Like the sun is powered by oil. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that you don't value my nuclear fusion? My favorite nuclear fusion reactor, the sun? You don't value the sun? That's cool. It's cool. I will fix this with 5 billion tons of iron shot into the sun to shut it down. See how you value it then. That'd be diabolical. Yes, let's end the world by shooting a giant ball of iron to the sun. I thought about that before. That was an interesting time. I was like, well, if I was gonna end the world, I would just destroy the sun. Literally the source of all life on planet Earth. Shut down the sun. Oh, hey, we didn't need to make so many of these, but for some reason I did. I mean, there's like a billion other ways. Like you could destroy, you could cause a massive super volcano to erupt, or like you could come up with some other like weird thing. But like I feel like it'd be more devastating if I just shut off the sun. And I know exactly what the best way to probably do that would be. I've thought about this before. Just create so much smoke in the atmosphere that the sun is no longer visible. That's accomplishable by many means. You could literally just be like, oh, well, let's have one of these gender reveal parties and then create a massive forest fire. It could be one elaborate conspiracy. Conspiracy, that's stupid. Conspiracy equals stupidity. So, we do not have any of those here. But, in theory, that would be the way to end the world. Is just to create so much smoke in the atmosphere. And there's millions of ways to do that. Or, the alternative, which could be a little simpler, is to place an object between the sun and Earth that will always remain between the two objects, that will block the sun from reaching the Earth, thus causing the Earth to not receive any sunlight during the daytime, shutting off the Earth. Because the sun is the Earth's main source of energy. Not in solar power, but like life is supplied energy from the sun. So if you cut off the sun, you cut off the energy supply to Earth. And very slowly and very agonizingly, that would be the end of the world. And you could place a small object, not too large, but just large enough between the two objects Whether that be an artificial object, or that I've just taken another object and placed it between the two. The question is that none of these are by any means accomplishable reasonably without either outside intervention or like you'd need a lot of resources to actually place an object or move a planet between the Earth and the sun. But if you place the moon between the Earth and the sun, that might be the way to do it, would be to move the moon to where it's always between the Earth and the sun. Because it's already just the right size to cause a solar eclipse. Just cause one massive permanent solar eclipse, the world would end. Perfect. Hello. We've been discussing how to end the world by destroying the sun, or blocking the sun, or something like that. It's stupid. It's dumb. But it's funny dumb. It's stupid dumb. Finding the answers to that is valuable for no reason at all. Oh, this isn't taking any energy? This isn't taking any energy? What is this? Wait a second. Oh, I understand why. It's not connected. Give it energy. Give us the power. 150. Oh, it's 50 kilo HE per second. A lot of energy, dude. A lot of energy is going in there right now. At this time, we need to turn on this. Nice! 94,000 energies per second. Good, good. Head over to, actually stop. Reassess the Zornox reactor before something massive explodes. Nuclear meltdown in 5 seconds. Chernobyl, 1986. (1986). We don't want that to happen here, so we'll have to keep an eye on the reactor. We're just gonna put all of our items in here and figure out what I'm trying to do with the pipe situation. Because we need to cook up like 5 billion pipes for this project to actually be effective or to actually work. Yes, this should be enough to make all of the pipes I will need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Duct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we're going to pipe our oil through the ground to the refinery. Or pipe our fracking solution to the fracking tower so that it may actually try to work. This will be a very time-consuming process. Does this use any power? No, this doesn't use any power anywhere else. It uses the power of the sun. Alright, so we need to do one here. Which will come out this way, and then we need to do another one over here. This is blocked by this. Why? Why would I put this? In what world did I think it was a good idea to put this here? I must be dumb. I must be stupid. It does not work there. There's no reason to put it there. That's just dumb. Also, this can be shifted a block to the left. I'm not excited for tomorrow. I hate that I have to think that I'm not excited for tomorrow because I'm really not. I'm not sure what tomorrow is going to be like, so I can't be excited for it. Which also makes zero sense because how can you not be excited for something when you don't know what it's going to be like yet? But at the same time, I don't know if it's going to be a good day or a bad day, so I can't actually be excited for it. It can only be uncertain. It's bothersome. It really bothersome to me that I can only be uncertain. I am limited to uncertainty. Heisenberg uncertainty principle. I don't know what it actually is, but I'll give you a good guess. The not knowing where an electron is, well, actually, isn't it like? I think I'm remembering what it is. It's like you can't necessarily know where an electron is gonna be, or you can know where it is. Like it's like two things at once. Like you can either. Or I'm thinking of something else. You can either know where an electron is going to be, but not know its level, or know its level but not know where it's going to be. I don't know. I think that's what it is. I don't remember. Need to do more chemistry. Need to go back, read chemistry. Read more chemistry. Chemistry is the most important subject because it's just so awesome. Awesome subject. Chemistry. Subject of all time. You can do so much and it's so scary. Well, to other people. For me it's fun, but it's scary to other people. It's like dark magic. Like if you know something and if you're smart, oh, you're like some kind of evil magician wizard guy. You're a villain. But it's more of the uncertainty. I think that's what it is. What are you doing, bro? I have no idea. At this time, I don't know. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm just rambling, but also working on the oil. It's awesome. I like this. This is fun. It's fun. Okay. We need to actually set... Oh, wait, why is the... Wait, what do you mean, what am I doing? What am I doing as in, why am I piping into here? Or what am I doing as in, what am I doing in general? Because either way, I think that piping into there is actually stupid, because that is not where that goes. Lost focus. Was too focused on talking about some weird uncertainty principle. Or, no, being uncertain. It's uncertainty. That's why people are afraid of science. They're uncertain about trusting people with science. That's what it is. Too afraid of magic. You can understand. Gonna do oil. Let's see here. Ah, switch it up. Nice, crude oil. Crude oil to here makes hot oil, goes into there, makes the oil into all the kerosene, blah, 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 blah. Basic stuff for the kerosene setup, which is gonna go to the Purex temple. Temple of the Purex process. My favorite book. Favorite paper of all time. Purex process. We're just gonna pipe through the planet. Lay some pipe. Pipe to victory. What are you doing? As in, why am I not using a drone? I hate drones because they buzz, so I don't like them. That'd be pretty terrifying to hear a drone. You hear it, and then you see it, and then drone. And then, yeah, that's fun. It's fun. Drones are fun. Drones are awesome. You might not even get the chance to see the drone. Drone wins every time. Because drone is the future of everything. You can use drones for Amazon, drones for bombs. I like it. The drone is the future. No more humans, just drones. We are making the giant oil pipeline that Biden was going to cancel in whatever year that he decided to try to do that. And making a political joke that I shouldn't make. But this doesn't matter. It's just a joke, bro. Doesn't matter. Can't be so serious. Are we gonna pipe through a mountain? I sure hope not. I mean, I know it's right next to the mountain. So what I'm gonna do, to avoid the mountain, because I don't want to pipe through a mountain, we are going to go and take a hard left and a hard right to go around the mountain. No soft left and soft right, because then you double your pipe. I am not doubling my pipe. I'm just laying the pipe, not doubling. No doubling my pipe, just lay the pipe. That's what we're here to do. We're here to lay some pipe. It would have been smart to make one of my pipes smaller than the other, but it does not matter in the long run, because at the end of the day, it's night. And every little thing is going to be oil right. Because we're going to have oil. And we're going to be able to Purex process our way to victory and have nuclear power for 5 billion years. Enough power to supply 10 1986s. What does that even mean? Chernobyl. We will scare Dyatlov away from the power plant by having too much energy. He won't be able to touch the controls. This is beautiful. I like this. This is industry. Industry. 48 blocks worth of piping so far. Industry. It's industry at its finest. We're showing off our industrial might as a group, as a world superpower. We will pipe the oil out of the ground and then pipe it around the world. It's a show of force. That's what it is. A show of oil force. The oil jokes will never stop. And it won't be oil right. Oil is valuable. It's got a lot of uses. A lot of usages. You can nitrate oil for, well, not nitrate oil, but you could nitrate gasoline. I read about that once. Nitrating gasoline. Attempt to nitrate gasoline. Well, gasoline, it's questionable. I think they put so much random stuff in it that it'd probably be really annoying to try to mix it with nitric acid. But I believe you could probably do that because it's like rocket fuel. That's really what that would do. Nitric acid is a potent oxidizer. AKA, it's just, if you burn the two together, it will reduce the oil, or the gasoline in this case. Whatever hydrocarbon is in the gasoline will get reduced. And hydrocarbons tend to contain a lot of carbon, which means they're very good at being reduced. So, figure out where you can, what that even means. Basically, super amounts of energy. Increases the amount of energy of just normally reducing that. which is how rockets are worked. Because that will allow you to do a controlled reaction if you're more capable enough. More capable than some primitive engineers may be. Because otherwise you may have something that is not so controllable, which is very undesirable for a rocket. But usually something like that would be like pretty controllable, I figure. But I figure and I know are two different things, so. Laying pipe is what we're doing at this time. Wish I could do this some other way rather than this. This is annoying. It's gonna take 5 years to pipe there. It's okay. We'll pipe there at some point. It might take me 6 years. It might take me 6 minutes. I'm gonna try to make it take 6 minutes, and then we'll just fill it all in afterwards with dirt and do the cuts we need to do. Cuts and fills that I need to do. Stuff I need to make. I figure we're just going to keep going straight until I can get to the point where I can say confidently that it's time to make a turn. Or I could just go to the end point and start making a new line that heads to the starting position. Okay, well, we're working there. We're working through the problem. We're going to be there soon. Soon enough, I hope. ETA. 5 minutes. 5 minutes tops. On when this pipeline will arrive at its final destination. AKA its death. We're gonna kill the oil pipeline. With... How would you kill an oil pipeline? I know the answer to that question. It's politics. Boom. Easy. You can kill any oil pipeline with politics. But we need the oil. Please give me the oil and give me it now. I have an oil dependency. This will be fracking solution, so it's not even oil. But it's still going to cause a massive environmental crisis, which will freak out the environmental enthusiasts. But that's okay. Because at the end of the day, it's night, and every little thing is going to be oil right. Boom. Okay, just a little bit more. A little bit more, and once we summit Mount Everest, we can then send our oil to the heavens. This episode is... I can't even think of another oil joke that fits. This episode is... Can't come up with any more oil jokes. I've exhausted my oil capabilities at this time. At this very moment, we will now begin piping oil or fracking juice to the fracking tower. Then we'll pump energy into the fracking tower to begin fracking the planet for all of its oil. However much that may be. All of the way, 100%, and then some. All of the oil. I'm actually surprised I'm accomplishing this right now because usually I can't focus at all. Surprisingly, I've managed to muster up enough focus to be able to place down pipes in a straight line that goes to where I need it to go, which is impressive. My focusing techniques are really working, aka telling myself to focus until I focus. Because that will work very well. That works really well. Yeah, that's the way to get somebody to focus. Tell them to focus until they focus. Yes. Yes, that's how you can make somebody focus. Tell them to focus. But one problem is that now, if I want to if I want to hook up my oil pipeline, I'm gonna have to go over something. Oh no! Please tell me this is actually correct. No, it doesn't look correct. It doesn't look like I have it lined up. Looks like I might have missed my shot with this one. Oh crap, that's definitely missing my shot. This is at 77. I don't know the Y height of that one. That looks like it's in line with my face. Okay, if I set down FOV, that's in line with my face. Who has messages for me? Please do not have those messages for me. No. No, I'm begging you. No messages at this time. I will throw my phone out the window and it will fly into the heavens. And when my phone impacts the ground, it will be good because I will never hear it again. No more messages. The phone will be destroyed. $300 for no messages? That's good. See, I would pay $300 to not have messages anymore. AKA, I will sell my phone for $300 to get rid of all the messages. Including all of the sensitive information that may exist on my phone. Whatever that may be. Personal information. Sell it all. Doesn't matter. $300, no more messages. Ha! It's good. That'd be good. No more fear of some stupidity plaguing my life from a phone. Exceptional amounts of stupidity. Amount of stone. Stone is so easy to get. This part's really painful though. This pipe assembly, nah. Taking forever. Taking forever. Stop! Place the pipes correctly. We must place the pipes more quickly. We must hurry up and get there. Are you even serious, bro? You even serious? Okay, got that one. Got that one. Nailed it. Got it. Nailed it. It's harder than parkour. It's harder than Super Mario Bros. It is impossible to connect one pipe to the other. New law states that your fracking solution can't contain sulfuric acid. What do you mean? That's the whole point. We must destroy the earth by dissolving the core. There we go. Fracking solution pipeline is completed. Let's see if this thing has enough energy to actually do anything. Do something! You see, we've run into this issue. The oil pipe does not want to do its job. It won't work. That just ain't okay. We just need to hook it up to the pipes now. Oh, also we need to supply it with fracking solution. And then we'll have oil. I wonder how much oil is made by oil fracking versus other methods, or what the difference is. Oil fracking in real life just like literally just piping some weird liquids into the ground and then that would change the chemistry of the oil, wouldn't it? Would it not change the chemistry of the oil in some capacity? I feel like it would change the chemistry of the oil, which would mean you have to do a different refining process at that point. But it would probably be like adding one step, like, oh, get rid of the fracking solution, but it might change the actual petrochemistry of the oil. Because that's petrochemistry, petroleum chemistry. Fascinating. Something worth thinking about, but not right now. And then once I have this connected, we can go turn on Chernobyl, see if we can get everything to begin production of my oil. It should and will work, probably, maybe. Alright, we will do a right turn and place the rest of the pipe down. Aside from this, so like outside of laying down this pipe, what I'm thinking about right now is AK-74, AKM, AK-47. But what I'm really thinking of is actually called an SKS, which was going to be the predecessor to the AK. But you see, the thing is that it's very interesting because they're very similar. And also, like, the way the AK works is very similar to, like, the M1 Grand. Like, if you see, like, the internals, it's kind of similar almost. Kind of different, but some pieces are very similar in aspects of how they function. Kind of interesting. But the SKS is literally like an AK, but if it was like, oh, let's take out the pistol grip, let's make it California compliant. Alright, so here's our pipeline for crude oil. It will send crude oil to my kerosene production plant of all time. Crude oil to kerosene production plant. Crude oil to kerosene production plant. Crude oil to kerosene production plant. We have a cleanup on aisle 7. Oh, what the heck? No, my flip-flops are torn in half. My feet are too powerful. What the heck? What the heck? Get there. Send the oil to the plant. Turn it on. Okay. This is where a little bit of engineering will come into play. Shortly. Engineering will come into play shortly. At long last, we have created oil from nothing, except for energy. A little energy will get us a lot of oil. Let's install a switch to power my oil setup. So that way I can turn it on and off whenever I go. Oh, there's too much energy, too little energy. Oh crap, we're running the electrolysis machines again, guys. It's electrolysis Sunday. Electrolysis Monday. Crap, we're doing ore processing. Oh, we're out of energy. And how are we supposed to power my oil setup all time? Actually, we will see if this works because it will send oil back to here. Are we receiving oil? Celebration time. So, I don't even know that song, but it's like, is that a song? Celebration time? Sounds like a dumb song if it exists. We don't need to celebrate. We need to win. We need to win. We need to win now. Win more faster. Get that fracking solution going, bro. How about you start cooking up more oil? How about you just cook oil more quickly? Oh crap. We need to sleep. Increase oil production tenfold by sleeping. If you don't sleep, you don't make oil. If you don't sleep, your body stops producing oil. Your engine can't run no more. You know, I need to learn about engines so I can learn how to destroy gas-powered engines. That'd be very useful knowledge to have. If I remove this piece from the engine, the whole thing will blow up. That'd be amazing knowledge to have. Super useful. Learn how to destroy engines. I never know when I will use that information. but I know I will eventually use it because I'm committed to the art of learning information. Oh, fun fact is once you start doing oil fracking, you can't go back. It's like drugs. You can't go back. You can't stop. Because your world has changed. What am I even saying? What? I mean, honestly, most people die before they get realized to go back because they become stupid and then die. That's the honest truth of that. Somebody else has to realize for them. And usually, when it comes to that kind of thing, everybody in that group is usually also doing the exact same thing. So therefore, they are never pulled out of the world where they're just doing an endless cycle. And then they usually die from it. Because I remember one time when I was growing up, one winter, I looked at 3rd Street while I was playing basketball on the ice, and yeah, there was like ambulances, just ambulances going in and out of that street constantly. I was like, dang, 3rd Street, crazy. Everybody overdosing on 3rd Street. Like, but it pains me to see, like, people my age and younger who, like, do that kind of stuff. Not even, like, hard stuff. Not even hard stuff. But, like, just even, like, the lightest of substances. Like, nicotine. Like, that does so much bad stuff to you. And a lot of people don't realize that. And they won't realize that because in their head, like, can't change their mind. Doesn't matter. Their mind is already made. It's impossible to change it. And they won't realize what they're doing until it's too late. So, but it pains me because sometimes they'll be like, oh, I wish I had lungs like yours. I could run good. I'll be like, that pains me to see. Like, why? Why? You've done this to yourself, man. You're doing it to yourself. You're choosing to do the wrong thing. Choosing to... maybe you don't see it. But I can see it from the outside. Outside perspective. I can see more on the outside than on the inside of that person. If I was that person, I'd be like, I'm in my own world. I'm in my own world. But that you can't even change their mind. You can't change their mind. They're just stuck. They're stuck in the endless cycle of doing what's wrong for them, what's bad for them. It's not great. So, like, it's bad to see. That doesn't bother me at all. Like, I don't feel bothered by it. I just would prefer to not see that. Because that's just, like, it's dumb. But then again, there's a lot to that. Like, there's a lot to it I don't understand. There's obviously a lot more that I don't see with that. But that bothers me to think about. Kind of bothers me. I don't know if it actually... Like, it doesn't bother me in the sense of it bothers me. It's like, they could be better. They're doing it to themselves. But they could also just be trapped. Like, they can't see it. They don't know they're doing it. Stuff like that. Like, I wonder what it is to that. Like, how can you change somebody who does that? How do you get them to realize? Because, like, you can't just say, oh, well, and maybe if you stop doing that, like, you can suggest that. You can be like, maybe you stop doing this, maybe you would be better at performing. But At the same time, that's just not actionable enough. I feel like it's not like you're actually not making a difference in that person. I mean, at the end of the day, you should always try to make yourself and the people around you better. But like, still, how do you change somebody from doing that? Because it's bad for them, clearly, but they don't realize it and they deny it. It's a question. This is a good problem for me to come up with a solution to. You could replace it with something, but you have to find what would be engaging enough to replace it with that's not harmful for them. Or you could do a step down method. The step down method, I'm not sure how that works, but I figure that would probably be the least ideal way of doing it, because stepping them down from something, that's probably pretty dumb. This is good. My Xernox reactor is powered and running, and it's creating oil. Oh no, my wheat farm is gonna get destroyed soon. Crap! My wheat farm, it's broken! Oh, is it actually? Oh, never mind. Oh, thank Jesus. Thank Jesus, dude. If my oil farm explodes, I'm blaming every single one of you for not stopping me from doing oil fracking. You're all environmental activists, okay? You're all environmental hobbyists, okay? You should stop me from doing this before it's too late. It's too late. Petroleum gas is buildup, and it's causing issues. Your base is gonna get destroyed by petroleum gas. Natural disaster. Alright, let's connect our oil or petroleum gas pipelines and figure it out. Let's figure it out, get our oil pipelines together. Hurry up. Petroleum gas. Boom! There we go. We have more petroleum gas going to here. This is perfect. This will allow me to supply enough petroleum gas to do stuff. Crude oil is getting pumped through the machine. And guess what? Guess what happens with the crude oil? Every time we get a little kerosene, my machine does something. I'm trying to make a song, but I'm failing because I'm not Johnny Cash. Or whatever that country guy name is. Make more plutonium fuel billets, please. We need them. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Begging? Beg. Reminds me of a friend who doesn't know how to say bag because he's from Wisconsin, so he says beg. Oh yeah, just put it in the bag. What? Are you kidding me? You can't even speak English. What the heck? What the actual heck? What are we doing right now, man? So what are all these? Oh yes, nuclear waste. Yes! Technetium. My friends, ladies and gentlemen, we have assembled the final steps of the process, the Purex process, technetium. Wow! Oil future. Oil to the stars. Bore to the core. Dig for oil. Yeah, that's what we just did right there. We have came, we have seen, and we have done, And we have created the greatest thing of all time, the kerosene plant, the Purex machine, and then created 2 Xerox reactors in addition to that. Which now means it's time to go ahead and begin another process, another project. Another process, because there's no more processes. It is all projects, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and be like, oh, well, I've already done this, and I've already done that. It's time to go ahead and do this and that, and this, and that, and this, that, this. I'm afraid to go to sleep tonight because I know I'm not going to wake up on time if I go to sleep tonight. It's 8:07, and if I go try to go to sleep, you know what's going to happen? I'm not going to be able to sleep because I'm going to be like, oh crap, I'm not going to wake up on time because I'm not going to go to sleep. I've just realized this, which is now an issue because now I've realized that I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. Well, which means we might as well make 10,000 nuclear reactors, RBMKs, and other things. So we might as well do all of that because that's more valuable than sleep. Take that again. Because at the end of the day, it's night and every little thing, I'll eventually get to sleep. But not right now. Tactatium? What the heck? Some stupidity on me right here. Stupidium. Idiocracy. Ah. Okay, well, at this time, it is now ready for us to assemble BTX, or benzene, toluene, xylene. Toluene, as in trinitrotoluene, TNT, aka massive explosion. We love explosion. BTX, reformant gas. It's what I need. It's what I need. I need it. For this. What is this for? For the ultimate power tool of all time. Blessed by Jesus Christ himself, the Terra Drill. We must get reformant gas. Which means I need to make a new refinery. Or we will do reforming petroleum gas. Where do we get petroleum gas in large quantities? Where I'm asking you all the question. I don't expect the answer because I have the answer already. Right there is where we get all of our petroleum. That block there is where I get my petroleum. This here block is where my petroleum pet is, and I can't add is where my pet, which now means that now that we know that information, we must figure out how to assemble this machine. Reformer. Ooh. Reformation. Oh no. Fear! Puts the fear in your soul right there. Look at this. Arsenic. Oh, poison. I like poison, but you know what? It's bismuth. How do you get bismuth? There's only a few ways of getting bismuth, and all of them are straight from hell. Satan himself concocted these methods of getting bismuth, except for plutonium-241. How do you get plutonium-241? PWR? Yes, I like PWR, but how do I get plutonium-241? This is probably the worst way to get it, if this is what I think it is. If I remember correctly, plutonium-241 is actually the worst way of getting bismuth. The other way used to be nitrocrystalline tungsten. However, we don't have access to that anymore because nitrocrystalline tungsten is not real. Does not exist. So to make this happen, you cannot do that anymore. It's not real. Don't try nitrocrystalline tungsten method. It is outdated and ancient. This is the way of getting it. Oh, hey, look, right there. Plutonium-241 bismuth. Ooh! Plutonium-241 fuel rod. Ooh! Where do I get this from? Americium, I believe, gives you this. Or MEP, medium enriched plutonium. The plutonium 241. No. I hate both of those methods. The only other way is Silex for HEP, ZFB, HEP. I think there's a center. Yeah, there is a center. Well, actually, is there? For bismuth? We will find it out within the near future. Not at this time. First, we're going to look through every single recipe so I can talk about each one and the disadvantages and advantages of each one. Americium is an okay way of getting it, but it's not the best. I would say any of these that require the RBMK are going to take forever. And if I can get this through something else, then we will see. Purex is okay. Purex process will get us this. Let's focus on bismuth again, because bismuth is the problem now. And I am the solution. So we have nitro... I see. There's bismuth. Bismuth in this world. There's bismuth deep in the earth. Hidden. Somewhere. Ooh. Sherbitic minerals? It's sherbitic, but it doesn't give you any sherbidium. It gives you asbestos and something else. Cobalt 160. Cobalt 60. I like Cobalt 60. Americium. Americium is hard to obtain. There's no way we're going to be able to do that. Lead absorb. We could make the watch reactor, couldn't we? No. You need business for that too. There's arsenic. However, I don't want to make arsenic. Okay, that's my secret with you all. We're not making arsenic ever. Flash gold? No. No. Never. What about bismuth powder? What about ore fragments? Ore fragments can get you to bismuth. Jesus, we just got done with this. It's so stupid. You know how much we just did? We did so much to get to this point. To get to bismuth. So, why have I not made a bedrock drill yet? We need to bore to the core. So what we're after, heavy metal bedrock ore washed and dissolved. Means it acidizer with water, apparently. Somebody walk me through the process and teach me the way of doing this. Combination oven roasted. I need somebody more. I need an expert. I need somebody who knows what they're doing to tell me what I need to do. I need guidance. Because I actually am not sure how that's going to work. Because I have not done this process. But we can work through it together and you can teach me. So I think the first part is scanner. There's many types of scanners. You have your bedrock ore density scanner. Oh, I'm just screaming over nothing. It's actually easy peasy to make. The alternative is to do arsenic. Which is not actually stupid at all anymore. Arsenic is completely valid. Holy crap, that's actually really easy. Since when is it this easy, HBM? Holy Jesus. This has never been this easy, ladies and gentlemen. It has never been this easy. We must make HP solvent, which means it's time for another nuclear reactor plant that's going to make the world melt down. We're going to build 1986. The 1986 of all time. Alright. Not sure why I'm hearing that alarm sound right now. There's no alarms going off. I already know that. But in my head, I just thought of my favorite alarm sound of all time. And apparently everybody else has it on their phone. Everybody else plays it on their phone. Every time I hear an alarm, it's that sound. Well, unless it's not that sound. But usually it is that sound. But it's my favorite alarm sound. I don't think it's my... I don't understand why. I think it's my favorite alarm sound, but it's just odd. Odd that I'm thinking about that right now. I don't need to explain. I don't need to explain right now. Just sometimes, whenever I hear that sound, I'm just like, oh wait, is it? That's. I get confused for a second, I guess. I don't know. I like when I hear that sound, it just reminds me of waking up at like, what time is it? What time was it usually? Like, I'd wake up 15 minutes before and just be like, oh crap, I slept in. And that's what it reminds me of, is just that feeling of, oh crap, I slept in. But I just thought I was hearing it for a second, and I was like, huh? Oh crap, I slept in. Even though I know it's not even that late. It's 8:18. It's not 4 a.m. in the morning late. But I know at this point in time, I won't be able to get to sleep because I know I'm not going to have a Tuesday and a half, so... Tuesday and a half does not exist, so... And I don't want it to exist because that's bad. It's not fun to have Tuesday and a half. But if I don't have Tuesday and a half, then I either have Tuesday double, which is what I think I have right now, or Tuesday. Yeah, no, I have Tuesday double right now this time because I don't trust myself. Do not want to trust myself. Too risky. We will not have Tuesday double. It's time to figure out a new building. I hate this. I hate this part. Let's just type in bricks. See, if you don't know what to build, bricks are the answer, guys. Bricks are the answer. Ooh. Ooh. Just take a look through the bricks. Your selection of bricks is pretty massive. Except it's not. See, if I was going to build Chernobyl, I would just use gray and make it look like a Khrushchevka. Which is how every single... modern city. City of the future. Pripyat. This city of the future, it's all made of concrete. Yes, the Soviets were really in the future with this one. Real genius engineers. But they actually not bad at engineering at all. They're not bad at engineering. You know why? Because that was cheap. Cheap is smart. Invest in cheapness. Save money. You gain money by saving money. Alright, so we can either build a farm here or place down 1986. 1986. That's the answer. Or we could just build 1986 adjacent to it. Stop! Put this in my inventory. What does this look like in its various different stages of existing? I don't know, but I don't know. I can't tell you. Shift F3 and G or Shift F9? No. F5? No. Ah. Ooh, okay. So I either build it here and build it lengthwise towards that and avoid that somehow. Maybe we could just go ahead and leave an extra gap here. Don't build it too big, but don't build it too small, because that's what we don't want right now. How much? That just is on a chunk, so that means that, yeah, this needs to be built into the chunk. It's so hard to do building. What the heck am I doing? Why? Take a nice yawn. Stay awake for 6,000 years at this time. Smooth limestone? What's the difference between that rough and light limestone? Dark panel. Limestone with panel. Okay, the reason we want that is because this will make the main majority of our base. And this will be changed into mortarless bricks. Or the fire bricks, pretty much. This is the texture of an HBM fire brick, but in a mod that doesn't have fire bricks. And then I'll extend it out into the next chunk, so that I may have decent looking walls. Build up. No, you don't do Jesus, what the heck? Why don't you do connected textures on a block that should have connected textures? What is this? That is called stupidity. No connected textures? It's okay. It's okay. We will find the one with connected textures and we will solve the problem. I know smooth limestone, you have connected textures. You look smooth, and I don't like smooth limestone. I want to have good limestone, good building. Okay, yeah, limestone will not be the answer to this building problem. Wait. Or will it? I will show you. We can make limestone into the answer. We just have to figure it out. We have to figure it out and make it into the answer. Solve the problem. Create the solution. Okay, well, we've done those. We need to make something that fills in the center. Which with red and tan, you'd figure white would probably work. That sounds like that could be that could be pretty stupid. Those could be some pretty stupid words if you use them correctly. Remember, 16 divided by 4 can be divided into 3 plus 4 individual sections. AKA, I mean, 3 sections of 4 and 4 sections of 1. Logic. Ha 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 ha. Well, that's actually pretty simple. I think everybody would be able to come up with that. Except, okay, maybe not everybody. I think I can think of at least one person who wouldn't be able to figure out that you can do... You have connected textures. What the heck? Why? Why doesn't the other one have connected textures? What's the problem? What's the holdup? Am I screaming too loud? Does that bother you? I'm not talking to you guys. I think I'm being too loud. I think I have this ceiling. Somebody out there can hear me. I'm yelling. It's okay. Not really yelling at all, and I don't think anybody can actually hear me. That's just not real. It's not real at all. That is imaginary, made up. It's a hoax. Ornate marble panel. What are we, in heaven? We're not in heaven. We don't need this. No, that's stupid, okay? Because number one, we're not dead, so we don't get to have fancy looking gold white marble stupid fantasy. Okay, stupid fantasy land. Because we are living in reality. And number two, I just don't like that. It looks stupid. We have to find something with connected textures that actually looks like it fits with the build. And unfortunately, we've kind of destroyed some of those from existing. This doesn't look bad. This probably could work. Would work, could work, should work. Doesn't work. No! You'd have to extend it and push back. Words. Word salad. Word spaghetti makes me upsetty. That's what they all say. This will be Chernobyl. We'll call this place 1986. The Museum of 1986. The Meltdown of 86. Boom. Chernobyl nuclear meltdown. Yes. The meltdown of all time. Even better than the tsunami. That's okay, that might be too soon. We'll have to put a too soon sticker on that one. Shocking content right there, dude. Shocking content. That's some shocking content right there. Man, that was an interesting time. Shocking content. Shocking and offensive content. Look, I think it's because I called everybody idiots in the first 5 seconds. I said... I don't remember what I said, actually. Yeah, I could not reference what I said, so... I said something stupid at the beginning of that video. I said... Hello, idiots. What's up? And then started my video. Hey. What am I supposed to do? Say, what's up, friends? How are you guys? No! That is bad. Bad marketing right there. It's like asking for problems. Asking for problems right there, dude. Begging for an issue. Hey guys, what's up? No! What if they're not guys? It's terrible. But hey, idiots, that applies to anybody. It's applicable to anyone. Therefore, that justifies using that kind of language. Makes sense. Just call your entire audience idiots, because then you cannot offend anybody. Because it's always true. Always true. Well, that logic didn't exist at that moment. But now it does. So from now on, I will always start every single stream with, hey, idiots, how are you guys today? Because I like that logic, and it thinks very well. It maths in my brain. Makes me feel mentally smart. Oh, that's a great memory. Because there was one time where I accidentally taught somebody something that I should not have taught them how to do. Or, well, it could have ended badly, but that did not end as it could have. I accidentally taught somebody something they should not have known how to do. That was when I was in like high school. Taught them some chemistry. No, I should not have done that. That's level 1 decision making right there. Level 1. I'm level 50 decision making at this time. Level 50 meaning I will not be stupid and be making stupid decisions. Or decisions that could be stupid. Because that was fun. Very, very much a lot of, yeah, it was not fun. Have I learned, though? That's the question. Have I learned? Because that's the question, really. Have I actually learned, or do I think I've claimed to have learned? I think I've claimed to learned. Really? I haven't learned much at all. think it's just who I am. We will choose to make stupid decisions that are stupidly dangerous. Well, actually, I've replaced it with that. Make stupidly dangerous decisions. Yeah. It's my... I always tell this story because it's my favorite story to tell. Not only because I like to relive the experience, but it's just an awesome story and I'm willing to tell it. But it's when I went camping. Went camping one time by myself. And I was like, okay. So I had a 4-day pass in OSET. At the end of OSET, it was like the only 4-day pass. Well, it was the one for the turning blue. I don't even know how long that was. I think it was like, yeah, it wasn't that long. Went on that pass, and then what I did was I went camping. like the idiot I am. No research at all. I was like, okay, where am I going to spend the night? I don't want to go to a hotel. It's boring. Gonna go camping. And the camping trip of all time happened. Started off pretty well. I showed up, and then I went to the visitor center like I was supposed to, and asked about, hey, is there, if there's, I'm here to go to Site 6. Do I need to do anything? Do I need any papers or anything? And they were like, oh, yeah, you're good to check in, but I wouldn't recommend you go out there. And then I was like, okay, that's fine. I can handle it. And then we're like, oh, I'm gonna have to check it up with my manager. Blah, blah, blah. Gonna have to check it up with the people in charge. So they did that. And then they were like, all right. Yeah, he doesn't have a problem with it. It's just gonna get really bad tonight as far as weather goes. I was like, okay. Weather, no problem. Weather's no problem for me. It won't bother me at all. I've survived the coldest of weather of all time. So I will be able to survive a thunderstorm for more than 5 minutes. It should be no problem. In fact, I used to run in lightning storms all the time. So I know what lightning is capable of. Capable of absolutely nothing. What is it going to do? Burn me? Nah. It won't do anything. It will just bounce off me. Hit the guy next to me. If there's a guy next to me. Otherwise, I'll just absorb it. Eat it for breakfast. It is energy at that point. So anyway, I start going on this trail and it goes down into a riverbed. And really, there's not much off-roading on like civilian trails, so it's not stupid tough at all to travel through the woods on a civilian hiking trail. They're really easy. Like, you can just run on them. And so that's what I did. I just took off running down this, well, once I got to the actual trail. But you have to walk down this riverbed to get to the trail. So once I walk down the riverbed, I take off running on the actual trail. And it's pretty nice and winding, and it's a pretty fun run. Nice air. Carrying a bag with me, and I had like some books, some new boots. I had just gotten like a 2-quart canteen with a cover. So like I had some cool stuff that I mean, any surplus is cool surplus. So like I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get some of this, and then that's what I did. Got some cool surplus like a poncho liner and stuff. I didn't need it. I just got it because it looked cool. So like, but I ran, and then I reached Site 6, the farthest site out, 4 miles out from the visitor center. And I was like, all right, cool. We'll camp here the night. I'll set in to my campsite. And see, the thing is with Site 6 is that Site 6, fortunately and luckily enough, comes with a shelter on it, a wooden shelter. It's very old, and it has a hole in the roof for whatever reason. Maybe it be hail damage or some other kind of damage, like maybe some guy decided to do some stupid stuff and he shot a hole in the roof or something. I have no idea, but for whatever reason, there was a hole in the roof. So that was amazing. So anyway, I'm out there just enjoying my time. 1700 rolls around and I was asleep for a little bit, or I had woken up yeah, I woke up a little later, probably 2000, and I was like, dang, like I can see all these glowing lights flashing out there in the darkness. It's getting kind of late. I'm kind of scared of a bear. But no, it could. We're doing pretty good. There might be a bear that comes, but that was my big fear, was that there was gonna be a bear there or like an animal, and I didn't want to stay too long. So I was like, okay, it'll be fine. We'll just go, and I'll just go have dinner, go to sleep. So that's what I do. And then 1, or actually like 2 a, no, not 2 a.m. Like 12 o'clock rolls around, and I hear the thunder rolling in, or well, the thunder had been rolling in beforehand, but I hear the thunder at like full force pretty much, and it's raining, and I can hear it, and I look, I'm just like, okay, it's just rain, I'm gonna go back to sleep. 1 a.m. and there's water rolling down my back and dripping on my face, and I look up, and there's a hole in the roof, and water's also sliding in from the outside because it started to flood on the inside of my shelter. So I was like, oh crap. So I packed up everything in like 5 seconds, super fast. Packed it, ready to go, and was like, okay, I'm gonna keep my bag on, I'm gonna keep my light on, which I was using my red lens, and I was just going back and forth between all of the trees and making sure nothing came out of the woods, like no animals or anything, because I was still worried about that more than actually the danger of like anything else. Like there was no other danger than what was in the woods. That was quite bothersome because I was out there alone. So like if something jumps out of the woods and eats you, you're dead. You're dead. Either from the super Ebola that whatever in the woods might carry, or whatever that is. Just avoid getting bitten by giant animals or tiny ones that have super Ebola. We do not want super Ebola. It's like 5 billion shots. Oh, you got bit? Oh, we don't know if you have rabies. Super Ebola right there, dude. Get 5 billion shots for that. You don't want that. So, gotta be careful. Anyway, that's why I was scanning from left to right with my light and back and forth and all that. And that was pretty memorable. I did that for like 3 hours, and at 3 a.m. I was like, okay, there's a break in the rain. It's about time we start heading to the visitor center, because I wanted to get out of there. I wanted to get dry, and I had 4 miles to cover. So on those 4 miles, I was like, okay, we're going to just go. We're going to make it to the visitor center, and I'm going to go there and dry off and sleep there, because it's going to be better there than it's going to be out here in this shack that's flooding. And that's what I do, is I just start running down the trails. It's raining still a little bit. It's a little bit of a drizzle, and I'm going, and it picks up. And the only thing really besides the drizzle was the constant lightning just coming down out of the sky. It's like the sky was glowing. I didn't even need to use a light. The lightning was just coming down out of the sky. Like, all you hear is that thunder. And like every time it lights up the sky, it's like the entire sky is white. And then it stops and it goes back to black, and it's white and black, and it's going between those, and you can see it, the silhouettes of trees and everything. And like that's the most vivid part of it. Besides the fact that I was wearing my new boots, because I had switched into those before I went to bed, and I was running, and the trails were flooding as I was running. So as I went through all of the trails on the way back to the visitor center, which I was taking the last part of it, like I was running, and the place I was at was actually like a canyon kind of. So like there's cliffs. Okay, there's canyons have cliffs, and they have plenty of cliffs. And so in some sections, at one point I was like, "Oh crap, there's a cliff right there." But that was towards the end of the run. What really was interesting was around like campsite 1 or 2. There was an animal out in the woods, and I could see it. It was big with glowing eyes. And I was like, oh, crap. And I was like, I don't want to go too close to that. Just backtrack a little bit. Go back up. I actually saw it dash back into the woods. Boom, just darts back in the woods as I run up. And I'm running. And at some points I heard a thud. Like a large log had hit the ground. Still running. Ran past that one, but the animal in the woods, that was where I was unsure, uncertain, and quite afraid, because I did not want to take any risk with that. The risk is not worth it with that. Do not want to risk that. But lightning bolts, I do not care about lightning. Lightning is nothing, but animal, that's life-changing. See, lightning, I could probably take at least 10 lightning bolts and still be fine. You don't need to worry about lightning. Except when it's raining and you could potentially drown if you're knocked unconscious by a lightning bolt. Okay, maybe not. But still, I could probably survive plenty of lightning bolts. It doesn't matter. Animals are life-changing. So, let's avoid those. So I'm on the rest of the trail, and I'm going. And then the trail gets so flooded I almost got lost. But the only reason I made it out of the trail was because I was looking at my feet. So I was able to see, oh, well, this is a little muddier than that. That's a little more grassy. Okay, I can see where I'm going. And eventually I found my way back to the visitor center after almost running off a cliff. Well, another thing that was interesting besides that was in the woods there was a light which I had started running to at one point, and I wasn't sure what it was because I thought it was going to be people. It was those glowing eyes, all right? It's those glowing eyes. That was the light that I saw out in the woods. This was months ago, so it's hard to like recall all of it, but like when I saw the glowing eyes, I started running towards them faster because I was like, holy crap, it's somebody here. Okay, let me go faster. But there was nobody at any of the campsites. It was ghostly. It was like the absence of people was kind of interesting. Did not feel very right. But at the same time, being out there in the middle of a lightning storm, that wouldn't feel right at all. And there wouldn't be people there at all. It makes sense that there was no people. There shouldn't have been people there if there was people. So when I saw the lights and I started running, common sense left me and I was just, okay, we're going to people. We're going to safety. That was the common sense. But the common sense wasn't really common sense. That was irrationality in that scenario. There's no people in the woods when there's a thunderstorm. That is an animal. And so I was running towards that. And I see it dart back into the woods. And I was like, oh. Yeah, this is not what I want to deal with. Backtrack a little and just take off. And the first shelter I actually made it to was the restroom at the RV campsite, because it's split into two sections: the regular campsites, hiking trails, and then an RV campsite. And I made it to that RV campsite and made it to an actual restroom. And that's where I took refuge for like a few minutes, and the rain had stopped by that point. It picked up while I was running back and had waned and ebbed, but yeah, that's my favorite story to tell, and it was an awesome time. That was so fun because I was running through the woods, just terrified and afraid, just running as fast as I could because the rain and everything wanted to get all the way back. The reason I like that story a lot is because there's a moral to the story. The moral is If you do stupid, you get a stupid reward. Stupid reward for that story. It's quite simple. I ended up out there in a rainstorm. But there's more to the story besides that. The extension of the story is the next day. So on the next day, the day after the storm had passed and everything, and it had ended. Why are we building this? Oh, we need HP solvent. Okay. That's why we're building Chernobyl. But the day had ended, and So that morning, I'd pretty much just arrived at the visitor center, and I had set up my stuff to dry out. A lot of my clothes, I pretty much just soaked both of my clothes, which were camouflage cargo shorts that I have obtained at Walmart. My first civilian clothes I've acquired by my own money, which is, I mean, that was a fun. It's a fun. It leads into another story I can tell, but that's not right now. But, yeah. Let's just start there. I was drying out my stuff, and then the guy had shown up again at 7, and I was like, "Hello, I survived. Cool. Yeah, you can just sign out and leave." And I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Let me try to get an Uber." And you know what happens? I was unable to get an Uber because I was 68 miles away from where you can get an Uber. What does that mean? Well, that means it's time for us to go for a nice walk. But first, my question was, can I get an Uber at nearby town? And the answer will be found out soon after I walk 7 miles. So I walked 7 miles in my dryer boots. AKA issued boots, which I had been wearing. I had worn those boots the entirety of like my OSUT training, all of that OSUT stuff. So I wore the same pair of boots all through OSUT, the issued dirty 30s as they have been called. Because two reasons. First of all, the psychology of it. Because everybody was like, "Oh, these boots suck, these boots suck." And I was like, okay, well, if you say the boots suck, I will wear them anyway, because you're stupid. Number 2, I like to wear them. They weren't bad boots. And I had never tried anything else, so nothing else mattered. And I hated the OTBs already, because OTBs, they're not bad boots, honestly. Like, I've turned them into combat sneakers at this point, so they're not bad. You can do a little bit with them. But, I mean, I'd taken a pair of OTBs over Bellevilles, which I've just tried Bellevilles. They are super bad, in my opinion. Even worse boots. Every time I buy a new pair of boots, they're worse. But I think the reason they're worse is because they're probably the wrong size. So I figure I should probably try a different pair of Bellevilles. But they'll be for 2 months away from now. I'll do that in 2 months, since that makes the most sense to buy a new pair of boots every 2 months. You're like, oh, okay. I don't like this pair of boots, so 2 months from now I can buy a new pair of boots. It'll be my restriction on boots. Anyway, so I wore the issued boots because they were dry, and then I didn't wear socks because my socks were wet, and I didn't want to wear wet socks because I don't need socks. That's what I thought. And then I just start walking. Walk 7 miles. Up hills, down hills, and 80 degrees. And, I mean, I didn't have that much stuff, but it did weigh a little bit. Not too much, though, but I was walking, and then I realized that my pinky toe kind of hurt because my toenail was getting banged in the front of the boot. And then, next thing I know, my feet have, like, rashes on them, and I'm, like, halfway there. Almost there. We're almost there. And then I finally reached the town. I reached the town, and I'm like, all right, I'm here. I need to get an Uber or something. It's fine. I need to get an Uber so I can get back. Spend an hour there trying to get an Uber. And you know what I realized was that, oh, well, I can't get an Uber, and I either need to start running. Okay, we have 30 miles to get back. It's not, I don't think it was 60 miles away, but I think if it was a direct shot, it would be, I actually don't know. It probably was 60 miles away. I think I walked very far. I have no recollection of how far it was, but I know that the distance for the walk was at least 7 or 8 miles. The distance to get to the base would have been, well, a wonderful 35 miles. And I like numbers and math, and in my head, that math sounds absolutely terrible, and my odds would not be very good. So, what I considered was, well, how will I travel 35 miles? I have no vehicle, I have only 2 legs, and I'm definitely not running 35 miles. At least I don't want to run anymore today. I'm already exhausted from all of this other stuff. So what am I gonna do? Well, what I pretty much ended up doing wasn't even a choice, honestly. I just kind of lucked out and said the right things to the right people at that time. What I mean is, thinking. Basically, somebody saw me at this local business and was like, walked across the street over to the place where I was standing around just looking confused and like stupid, and asked me if anything was wrong or if I needed help or anything. And I was like, oh yeah, I need a ride to the base, pretty much. And then, you know what happens from there? Well, that is where I get to the base. Pretty much, that lady told me, okay, well, at 3 p.m., I can get you there. It's cool. And because of reasons, I'm also going to need to be there, so it works out. Well, not there, but somewhere near there. So I was like, okay, cool. And so that happens. I fall asleep at like 1, sitting on a lawn chair on that local business, and I woke up. And it's like almost 3, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. Getting back. Heading back. So I don't miss the time hack. And I don't get super messed up. By super messed up, I know what happens. And it was no games. It was no games. It was gonna be super bad if I did not make it back. So, what do I need to do this building? Oh, I need more of those. Okay. So I started traveling, I traveled all the way back, got to base, and yeah, nothing bad happened because I made it back in time. And then I got to tell all my friends that I went camping, and they all thought I was weird because of that, which does not bother me that they thought I was weird, but yeah. What bothers me right now is that I will never ever go camping again because I cannot drive. So, and I am not going camping somewhere 60 miles away, 70 miles away, and then being like, oh, how the heck am I gonna get back? I can't. I'm gonna run there. I'm gonna run. Plus, even if I wanted to, it's like, well, the distance I'm gonna need to travel on foot would be too great. I'd get there at around noon probably if I tried traveling somewhere nearby. Creates some issues, kind of. And then I have to think, well, how will I travel back on foot and get back? No. And plus, I'm not spending any money on Ubers or anything like that. That is just mentally stupid. Makes 0 sense to me to spend money on that kind of thing. Especially when it just doesn't make any sense. But camping trip of all time was amazing. Amazing story to tell. See, the thing with that story, besides just, oh, it's about making smart decisions and doing research beforehand before you do something stupid, is that that story is just like that's just like something I enjoyed. I enjoyed it. It was fun, a great experience. Learned a little bit that way. It was stupid and dangerous. And the thing is that even if I were to like be like, hey man, you want to go camping this weekend? Nobody's gonna want to do the type of camping I'm gonna go do. Nobody's gonna want to do that. It's so stupidly dangerous. Oh, we're gonna go camping. We're gonna go camping the most dangerous way possible. We're gonna go... I'm not sure how we're gonna camp and make it dangerous. Oh, we're gonna go camping in a hurricane. Yeah. We're gonna go camping in the storm of all time. The worst storm of the century. It's gonna get a name. The storm's gonna be named XYZ hurricane name. It's gonna be terrifying. Nobody's gonna want to do that because that's stupid and dangerous, and people are not interested in stupid and dangerous. They're more interested in less dangerous things. Plus, it's camping. Nobody's gonna want to camp. It's literally our job to go camping. Our job is to go sleep in the woods for 5 hours. Nobody's gonna want to do it. And that's why, even if I did go camping, I would never invite anybody because, number one, they're just gonna water down the experience and ruin it. And number two, it's not gonna be as fun. It's not gonna be as dangerous. You see, the danger is what makes things fun. The more dangerous it is, the more fun I'm having. Not because it's dangerous, but because of the adrenaline, which is awesome. It's like the best kind of adrenaline. It's like, oh crap, there's a pair of glowing eyes out there in the wood, and I don't know what they are, kind of adrenaline. Like, and you don't get that anywhere else other than reality. Like, oh crap, yeah, I'm about to literally get attacked by a giant cat or something. A giant bear. Oh crap, what are those? Oh, why is the lighting speeding up or something? That's the camping story of all time. So dangerous. Trying to think of some other good stories I can tell, since I want to tell a lot of stories. Stories that I can tell that aren't something that's not something I can tell you in a story. Well, that doesn't make any sense. That's not meant to make sense. That's meant to be words. Restricted storytelling. What stories are safe to tell, what stories are careful. I mean, obviously, that's just one example of a story, the camping story. That's the only dangerous thing I've ever done. Well, one time when I was in high school, I was walking to the bus stop on like an October morning, and I was like, walking. Oh, look, what is this? My neighbors have left out a microwave down at the end of the street. Ah, wonderful. This is going to be the most beautiful thing I've ever found. So I found a microwave, and I was like, man, I've learned so much about science. What can I do with a microwave? Make lasers that melt people's faces. Make your eyeballs explode, literally. You can make your eyeballs explode by boiling the water. Using a magnetron. Your eyes have water in them, so that's why that works. I digress. The story. So I found that and I was like, okay. Go to school. Get back from school. And the microwave's still sitting there. And I go, I'm gonna take this back with me. And that's what I did. Pretty much took it back with me to my house. And yeah, just let it sit outside, out of sight and out of mind, because, well, I'm pretty sure my family would not have been happy. I don't remember if they found out about it or if not, but I'm sure my mother and family would not have approved of me taking a microwave from some random location and transplanting it into our yard to do whatever things I was going to do with it, which is typical of, yeah, just typical reaction. Because science is dangerous and people don't understand science, so like, oh, science is dangerous. Or, no, you're gonna hurt yourself doing science. You're gonna get hurt doing science. Yes, you can get hurt doing science. But what's the point? How am I supposed to have fun if I can't do stupidly dangerous things? Okay, that's where I have my fun. It's like jumping out of airplanes is fun. But sitting on the ground is not fun. Standing on the ground, walking around, no fun. Jump out of airplanes, yes, fun, good. I like dangerous stuff. So like when I started taking apart the microwave, that was awesome because I was like, oh man, this is gonna be dangerous. Could be beryllium. I already knew all about the dangers. Beryllium oxide can give you beryliosis, and it's used, or is supposedly used in magnetrons. However, what I believe is that it's used in some magnetrons. Not every single one contains beryllium oxide. And the filaments in magnetrons can actually contain fluorinated tungsten, which thorium is pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Yes, we could obtain that from there, but not a lot of it, because it's like 1% thorium in thoriated tungsten. Or, well, it really depends on the thoriated tungsten itself, because whoever makes it, it probably doesn't even contain any of the fun thorium, and it's just like not fun thorium. But beside the point. It was fun. I took apart the microwave. I got a 2,000 volt capacitor. I'm like, oh yes, oh, this is something I have never seen before. This is dangerous. Ooh, look at this, a transformer. This is good. We find a transformer in the microwave, and I'm like, oh, I can do the thing I wanted to do with the microwave was use the transformer to make a welding machine for my ultimate space program of all time, which was also falling under the category of dangerous, stupid ideas that I had growing up. That I would probably, if I could go back and do it again with everything I know now, I would do it again, and I would probably actually succeed. Which is scary to think of, but because who knows what the results of me actually succeeding at any of my experiments would have been. Because probably something would either be blown up or set on fire. Is that succeeding? Was my goals to set something on fire? I'm not sure. No, they definitely weren't, but that would be a potential result of it going to some degree of not how it was supposed to go. At least for the space program part, because there was a final product to it. It was very poorly constructed and made in 3 days that didn't even ignite. Like, I poured gasoline on it and it didn't even ignite. It didn't even hold a flame. The solid fuel booster did not work. And that was, you see, the plan was it would take off, fly across the field, and hopefully not hit anything. It would also probably scare every meth head in a 5-kilometer radius. And the Air Administration, or whatever the heck they call themselves, the, I don't even know. I don't even know what they call themselves, but they're like in charge of making sure that you don't fly stuff, because if you fly things, it could be dangerous. Could be Air Security Administration. ASA. Air Security Administration. I don't know what they think. Air Traffic something. No. That's not it. I don't know, there's a name for it, but I don't know what it is. But yeah, I'm sure those people would have been upset had I actually successfully made a metal rocket take off into the skies using sodium chlorate and sucrose. It's now what I would probably do is instead I would probably take butane from like a butane torch and just put that in a canister underwater, hold it there for like 5 minutes, pull it out of the water, ignite it. It will take off like a missile. It will be a missile. No, it won't, because it won't have a payload. That's the difference between a missile and a booster. See, a missile has a payload, aka MIRV. Multiple Launch Rocket Vehicle, or whatever the heck it's called. Multiple... What is it? It's called MIRV. MIRV. I don't even remember. I remember there's it means multiple initial reentry vehicle. But then that's E. Why is there an E there? There's not supposed to be an E in that. But yeah, that's what I would, yeah, that's the difference between, yeah, okay, whatever. Moving on. To continue forward, I don't know. We're talking about stories, but yeah. So, we talked about the microwave story of all time. We talked about... Oh man, I've talked about so many stories in this stream so far. It is unbelievable. I don't know what to talk about. Can't think of any good ones that are like awesome stories that I love to remember. Oh, there was the ice basketball, but that's not even a really long story, but ice basketball was the greatest sport ever invented after I shoveled off the snow from the basketball court so I could play basketball during winter. And so I went, did that, and then everybody showed up and played basketball on ice. And everybody was skating around. We were trying to shoot hoops, and everybody was falling down, breaking their faces. It was great. Honestly, just a tougher breed of humans was born at that basketball court. Tougher breed of humans. Like, legitimate, like, tough humans. People who can resist. Who are, no, not resist. What's the word? Who are resilient. Oh yeah, it's a solar eclipse. The world's gonna end here. Do we have energy? Oh, energy. We're out of energy, guys. Oops, I forgot to turn that on. But yeah, A lot of people a lot of people my age and younger that I've seen, well, quite a few of them are not the same way as I am. They're all like a little bit questionable in my opinion as to whether or not they have what it takes to do the job that we are doing. It's questionable. I don't even know that I have what it takes to do the job I'm doing. But that's just my own uncertainty. Honestly, I know I'm stronger and more endurant than them, which is why I'm uncertain as to whether they even know the job or can do it. Hello. Also, as to whether they can learn the job for some of them. But at the end of the day, they don't matter. Hello. And that's what matters, okay? They don't matter at the end of the day. Doesn't matter if they can do it or not. They're here, so they better be able to do it when it matters. Alrighty, it's time to build we're currently working on an RBMK power plant. Well, at least the housing for it. And then we'll figure out what we're doing from there. Follow on objectives. Told a lot of stories in today's stream, so that's always cool. If you want to hear story time with TH3 Fish, you've probably just found my videos out of nowhere. Like, what's the point? And going back to listen to some random guy's stories, you know what I mean? Ugh. So we're gonna do 4 to here, then we're gonna do 4 across. Then do another pillar. This is why I can never finish anything, because by the time I start to try to finish something, like over there, I get distracted with one of these. Another building. Wow, just out of nowhere, I'm working on a new building that is completely new. What the heck? This is just 3D printing buildings now. I should really go to bed. However, if I go to bed, I know I won't wake up on time. And I can't have that. I can't. I have to be up at exactly a few hours before, because I don't like to be... I like to have extra time before I go to do stuff, so I can be certain everything is correct and ready. Because if it's not correct and ready, I can be aware of the bad things that will come. But hey, that's the good thing, is that, you know, today I have made everything done as well as I could do. And that was great. Everything went well for me, but then I still have to pay for everybody else who was wrong. So that was great. That's just the name of the game, I guess. It will never end, because that's the stupidity of it. It will never end. You will work till you die. It is the game I have chosen. It will consume your life. It will give you severe back pain in 10 years, 4 years, 2 years, doesn't matter. Just part of the game, okay? It's not avoidable. But 2 years, 2 years, and I'm gonna choose to do something else. 2 years, and I'm gonna change. I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna make the right decisions. I'm gonna go pursue a smart job because I don't belong doing. Well, this job requires brain power, but my brain power is better suited to like nuclear physics. So let's get to like something a little more intelligent, like what? There's no options. Nothing checks the box is more intelligent. Mathematician. We need somebody to calculate how much black powder goes into our muskets. Into our space muskets. What the heck? There'll be no use for my brain power. I've chosen the wrong profession. Stuff like that. Which goes through my mind every single time something goes wrong. No use for me here. Every single time. And people... See, if I explain it, people would probably understand. But you don't understand until I explain the fact that that's what goes through my head. Is negative things. The most like every little thing is the most negative thing possible. That's why I don't. Part of the reason I don't really feel like I belong at this job, because that is not something I think I will be able to fix in reasonable time. And that's not something you want in somebody who has to be trusted with a lot of power, which I don't have a lot of power right now. But whenever I am out doing my job, then I have quite a bit of power because it's a job with... Actually, I would say I probably have a decent bit of power. It's just not in the form of power. It's like, it's different. It's like knowing what I do. I know it too well. Which is dangerous if... I don't like to think about that. Bad stuff, okay? I don't like that. And I don't... See, I just really wish I had been as smart as I am now, with the capability to be like, oh, decision making is important. Instead of just being like, oh, let's just jump into something for the sake of it. Let's just go try to do something for the sake of it. Oh, you gotta try to do something. No, be more reasonable. Think about what you do. Like, if you're going to go do something, right? Think about what your options are. Think about your capabilities. And then be like, oh, I know that I'm good at this. I know I'm good at that. I'm good at this. Okay, I can do stuff. Let's not do something that's going to put me with this group of people. Something that's not going to put me in this type of culture. Something that's not going to put me in this necessarily. Like, that's... If I had to redo it all over again, I'd probably be like some computer technician guy. Computer technician. Cybersecurity. But I don't want to do some lame stuff like cybersecurity. That sounds lame. Sounds lame. What am I gonna do? Sit on a computer all day? I don't want to sit on a computer all day. But then I don't want to do the stupidity of this. This is stupidity. Every 5 seconds, you have to be worried that something new that's going to come up is going to adversely affect you. Oh, your best friend is not having his stuff. Your best friend is... Oh, your best friend is 5 minutes late. It's okay. You have to worry about that. You have to worry... Oh, hey. And the thing is that I shouldn't have to be worried about that. I need to worry about other things. And you see, even when I'm not there, I have to constantly worry about that. Because that's just how my mind runs. It is, okay, well, we can avoid the worst case scenario if I am able to mitigate all of these things. The problem is I'm trying to mitigate things even when they're not even happening. I'm like, okay, I can do this. Okay, perfect. I can do this. Perfect. Oh, wait. Oh, I missed that. Oh, crap. Oops. Missed one thing. One mistake. One mistake. All it takes. You miss one person. One person's wrong. One person's wrong. Oh, no. And that's how it is. That's how it actually is. Convinced. It's insanity. I hate this. And this is videos is not my job. This is my hobby. But you see, my job consumes my mind so much that it consumes me even during my hobbies. I'm like, oh, I gotta think about this. I gotta think about that. And even when I go to do other things, my job is still consuming me. It's like, oh, hey. Oh, hey, here's a memory. Here, sit on a couch, hear music. It reminds you of your friend who is currently doing something else, and you wish you could see him. Oh. Wow. That bothers me, because I don't want to think about that. Don't want to think about him. Stop. Stop. That's what bothered me. And then next thing you know, I'll be like, okay, we have breakfast, right? In a normal day, we have breakfast, lunch, and if you're there for too long, probably potentially dinner. However, that is not always a guarantee that you will get potentially dinner if you're there for too long. Usually, they're just like, oh, you guys we can get you all out of here by that point. But you see, the thing that then bothers me is that while I'm trying to go do lunch, I'm just thinking, oh, something's gonna happen that I'm going to have to know about. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna come up, and it's gonna be like, oh, hey, we need you to do this. We need this. We need that. We need something like this, that. Something stupid's gonna happen. Something stupid will happen. It's guaranteed every single day, to some degree. And then next thing you know what's gonna happen? It's gonna be like, oh, hey, we need these 3 guys and specifically my name in a separate section. I'm like, really? I can't just be included with those 3 names? Or is this like, and it's just like, why? Why and me? Okay, I'm with them. Should be in. Is this last minute? That's super last minute. It's double last minute. It's not even a correction. It's and. But I have no say in these things, so it doesn't matter. And then what's gonna happen next? What's gonna happen next is my favorite thing. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. This one is my favorite one. I'm actually trying to remember what it is, because I forgot what it was, or maybe don't want to remember what it is. I know there's something else that bothers me. Oh, but it'll be for a detail, right? It'll be for something to do that is important to the job, but isn't necessarily the job. So like, it's like doing chores at your work for your work. Okay. But in other words, yeah, that's what it is. Chores for your work outside of your work. Okay. They'll be like, oh, we need you for a detail. And it's not even for your own personal benefit to do chores. Like, like cleaning is a personal benefit. Cleaning benefits you personally. It's satisfactory to clean. But you see, with that, it'll be like either it's gonna be too many people, it's gonna be too few people, and I'm not even gonna know what the detail is. And if I know what the detail is, it's last minute, and I know kind of what's gonna happen, then I can make an assumption that well, okay, that's a great detail. I want to go there. I want to enjoy it. Gonna have fun. Gonna not be doing the stupidest stuff ever. Stupid stuff, and everything adds up. Every little thing will add up, and it will be like a mountain. It will cave in eventually. But every single little thing will just pile up. It'll be like, next thing you know, you're swimming in piles of nothing. The nothing is all of the stupidness and all of the stupidity. Next thing you know, the best thing will come. Alright, we need, oh, hey, it's 8:45. You have weekend staff duty. And it's last minute. Oh, what the heck? What the heck? Last minute. Last minute call. Oh, we just found out, oh, you missed your staff duty. That's what would happen if you don't show up. If you don't know about it and you don't show up. Dead. Boom. That's what I thought was gonna happen. But it really didn't matter much. Just travel like to a place where even if that happens, you can avoid it. You'd be like, oh, oops, that's gonna take me like 60 years to get back. It's gonna take me 2 hours to get back, because I'm within the limits, but far enough away that it takes 2 hours. 2 hours to not be. Oh yes, you have to work on your weekend. Work on your weekend. You worked for your weekend to earn your weekend. To earn not having your weekend. Amazing. This is not real. This is not real. This cannot be real at all. But it's okay. It's okay. Because it doesn't matter. It will just eat your life away. It will consume your life and then consume your soul. And then it will consume your body. It is the cycle of life. You do not own your life. Your life will own you because that is how it is. At least this is where I'm at. And yes, it's joy. But you know what else? You know what else will happen? You know what else will happen? You know what else will happen? Somebody will do something stupid, and something bad will happen because of it. It's guaranteed. Either somebody will do something stupid, you will get dragged into it. Does not matter what it is. It is the stupidest thing of all time. It's all stupid. They'll be like, oh, hey, you guys are going to go out and do this thing. You guys are going to go out and do this thing. It really matters a lot. It really matters a lot. And you know what happens? You know what happens because of that? You go out and do the thing, and it's like half of what you expect it to be, or even less than that. It's like, all right, we're going to go out, do the thing, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, oh, hey, yeah, you guys are just going to do this. It's half of what you expect. Surprise! You expect one thing, you're going to get less than half of that. All right, we're going to go out and do this training. Half of that. All right, you guys are going to do your training alone, and you guys aren't even going to use this fancy laser beam stuff that we just gave you guys for specifically for this event. So you guys could use this. We didn't even use the laser beams. Didn't use the laser beams. Oh, hey, you guys are going to go do this. We're going to give you 5 rounds of ammunition. But I will say it was pretty fun. That was pretty fun. But then, you see, the thing is that the whole time beforehand, I will worry about it. And the whole time during, I will worry about it. And you know what happens is that then stupid stuff happens, and then I can't handle the stupid stuff. Because it all adds up with all the worrying. And then, you know what happens next? Boom. absolute suffering for me. Because then I'll worry about the next one because of my experiences during the last one. I'm stupid. This is dumb. I could be better than this. But the problem is simple. It just keeps adding up. It's a pile. Oh, let's. You see, I will solve one problem, and then the next thing you know, my solution might be removed to the problem. Like, okay, well, let's see. Ah, yes. Let me go ahead and. Okay, so my most recent solution to just avoid thinking about the issue is just to go and spend all of my time at the gym because it makes it fun. Because then I'm by myself in a place where people work by themselves, so I can be there and I feel not too uncomfortable being there, because that is part of the problem, is that that makes me uncomfortable at this point too. Just being worried about everything. But I go there and I will spend all my time there. And then I'll come back, do a normal day like usual. Which is my solution to the problem, is whenever I feel like I need to go and just remove all my thoughts, I go there. Because that helps me a lot. Plus, I can do I know that I can do a lot more than most people could. So even if people did try to bother me there, doesn't matter. It's not like, what are they gonna do? Be like, oh, you're not doing enough weight, and then I could probably crank out like 10 times what they can do, just by getting angry. Just gotta get motivated. That's all it is. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's reps or weight. Could do 10 times. Could do 1,000 times. I see most people there. Like, there's a lot of people who actually go there, but there's some people who just do like the world's worst workouts, and I just see that, I'm like, wow, zero effort. You're gonna be not sore afterwards. You're doing your basic bare minimum. You're giving zero effort. You're on your phone. See a lot of that. That's why. Like, you go to the squat machine and you just sit on your phone. You do leg press on your phone. What is this? I'm trying to do leg press. You're on your phone at the leg press. And you don't even re-rack your weights. You just leave them there. What the heck? Leg press is my favorite machine though. It's awesome. It gives me something to think about, because then I can be like, oh, I love leg press. I love leg press. And then the next thing you know, I'm back at work. And you know, I'm at work again. And you know what's going to happen next? Guys, it's time to Joe sheet. Or time to study, basically. Which is mind-numbing after a while. It's jarring. Classes get jarring. Studying gets jarring. Is that the problem? Or is it just... I don't know. I don't know if that's the problem. But it's just like... I feel like if you're just telling somebody to study a sheet of paper, to just stare, you're basically just telling me to stare at a sheet of paper. I'm not going to actually attempt to learn anything that way. It's so unengaging, and like even a class is more engaging than that. Like you can do a good engaging class. You can get a class that's engaging. It's possible to do it. It's not hard. Like even the least engaging class could be more engaging than staring at a sheet of paper. Going out and doing it is more engaging than staring. You get more learning value out of that, and that really, really bothers me, because it's like, well, isn't your job kind of like to... Part of your job is like to make sure we know what we're doing, right? And then like next thing you know, oh, hey guys, stare at this sheet of paper. Stare at this sheet of paper. And I'm like, okay. And then I stare at a completely different sheet of paper most of the time. I just pull out my other sheet of paper which isn't the sheet of paper they gave me, but it's my own personal one that I stare at usually. It tells me stuff that I can care about a little bit. Because I know it's better there, so I will think about there because it's better. That place was my favorite place of all time, because there, I mean, my first week there, I had weekend CQ, but it didn't matter because there was nothing to do on weekends anyway. Weekend CQ, we almost got in trouble because we had our phones on us for that, which you're not supposed to. But the guy next to me didn't remind me of that, and I did not remember that. Because I was dumb, but that was great. That place was heaven. You go there, and it feels like it's hell, but it is actually heaven. It is truly the place of all time. And you just don't realize it until afterwards. You're like, oh man, why? I am an idiot. No quotation marks. Wrong decisions. That's the proof. But that place was enjoyable because there was not like here where it's just so stupid. It's like, oh man, it's so easy to do the right thing. It's so easy to do the right thing. It's so easy to do the right thing. So easy to do the right thing. And then also, things could just not be stupid. Because it can make sense. It just chooses to be stupid at this point. And I understand that it can make sense because I was at a place where things made sense enough that I could understand what sense was. Here, there's no sense. It is all just, oh, stupidity. And it doesn't matter because it won't change. It will just continue to be stupid. Forever. Does not matter where I'm at because I can see the stupidity at all levels. Well, yes, I would say all levels except for like maybe super high up, but see it at all the levels. There's some level of stupidity, something that just does not make sense about this place at all. The logic is gone. And I don't really care. I'd rather the logic go away. I'd rather the logic just not be there. Well, the dumb logic. Good logic needs to come back. It needs to make sense. But there's no reason. That's never going to happen. There's never going to be good logic. It's never going to make sense. It's going to always choose to be stupid. That's what's going to happen. Always going to choose to be stupid. The place chooses to be stupid. It's predetermined stupidity. Ah! Scream. That's what's going to happen. Alright, let's go do this thing. Let's make it take extra long, just for the sake of it. You see, when I went through OSIT, I did one dry, one blank, and one live iteration for live fire. Albeit there were safeties. Technically, that's what it was. Like, there'd be safeties, and they would pretty much just guide you from behind. There's not as much value from that, but I don't feel like it needs to be 3 iterations of dry live or dry blank and then live for a live fire. That doesn't make sense. And that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worrying about right now. It doesn't make any sense. But at the same time, that's for safety. And if you don't have necessarily as much safeties. And then everything will be marked, from what I've heard. So then what even is the point? We're doing it to do it for the sake of doing it. Because you need to do it. Do it matters. And I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Honestly, I would agree with doing it matters. But doing it... Are we doing it the right way at this point? It's a question that we should ask. Yes, there's a lot of training there, but is it really the... Does that really make sense? And I shouldn't have to think about that. Shouldn't have to think, does it make sense? It doesn't make sense at all. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it makes a little sense. Like, yes, it's safety, but I mean, what, can we not make it? Can we not do it correctly? Is that the problem? Is it like we're worried? Are we worried that we're not going to be able to do it correctly? We can do this correct. It's not that hard to not mess up, and even if somebody is worried that they're going to mess up, they should just be a little more careful. It's okay. There's some people who might be a little worrisome. I would definitely be worried about one person in particular, because I'm worried about that person just getting lost in the most common of places anyway. I'm not even joking. I showed that guy where the places are, so because I was worried he was gonna get lost to go to those places, even though they're super easy to find. I don't know why I even did that. I mean, part of it, I didn't even know what I was doing today. I didn't even know what was going on today because my brain is so fried by all the stupidity of this place. I can't even think of what goes on here. Sometimes people tell me things and I just can't even understand the words anymore. The words, they're just gone. Going insane. But at least I know this place isn't the stupidest of all places. I haven't been to the stupidest of all places yet. I haven't been to every place yet, so I don't know what is the stupidest. So this could be like mediocre compared to some other place, even though this place feels like it might be hell. So at least I know that there's still hope out there, that there's a place that is not so stupid. But I'm definitely not wanting to continue doing the same job. This job is part of the issue, I feel. Too much of a group. Do not like group. Like to solo most things. I have most answers, so I can figure most things out. I don't have to be like, oh well, we need to do this. We need to do this. We need to do this. And this. I mean, I can do that. Yes, I'm capable of doing it. But I don't even wanna. This place is stupid. And like, if somebody were to ask me if I wanted to be here and I had to answer that question, the only reason I would say yes is because I know if I say no, I don't trust what's going to happen afterwards. I don't know if people will believe me or if something bad will happen. So by something bad, I mean I won't be here. Which means I want to be here, but at the same time, I don't want to be here. I want to be here, but not doing this. That makes a lot of sense. Because here, at least, there are some benefits. Like, I am here, so I know a little bit what I'm doing. I'm doing a job that is ludicrous. It pays well. But if that's the only reason I'm doing the job, is that really the right reason? That would be a bad reason, because technically it goes against the values of the job to be selfless service. And that really is what I like to think of a lot of the times, is living up to the creeds, the values, and everything. That is always super important. Like, it's doesn't matter. Like, 'cause, like, there's a lot of valuable words in those things. They mean a lot of things. It doesn't make sense to not follow some set of words, because those words can guide you to winning, to being better at your job than most people will be. You just have to find the meaning in the words. I found the meaning in the words. But at the same time, I hate this place. And how does that work? It's bad. It's bad. Because I can hate the place, but also still somehow be at least competent and decent at what I do, which sucks. Because then, what am I doing? It just feels like a loop where I'm just wasting my time. It's like being a human punching bag. But nobody said it would be easy. And, I mean, I didn't really think of anything before that. Like, I just thought, oh yeah, well, I'll just go do this. I'll just do this. That's my decision. Decision making at the time was, the answer to my question is to go and do this without even thinking about it, without even considering what I'm even doing, without even using my brain for 5 seconds. Yup, just do this. And I am where I'm at now, which is awesome. But that's fine, because I can still be great at what I do. Even though I hate what I do, I can be great at what I do. And even when I hate my job the most, I end up performing the best. Even when I am at my worst, I am doing my best still. Which makes 0 sense. And it's backwards. That doesn't make sense. That's what I mean, this place doesn't make sense. You see, there's been times where I go like a month without eating or stop drinking water, and then I'm still able to outperform physically and mentally still, which this does not compute. This should not be the case. Hello. This place is crazy. Just hate it. Not the internet, not YouTube, not anything else. Just reality. I hate reality. It's stupid. I think it's just reality. It's just gotta be reality. That's what I hate, reality. But I gotta think of some other stupid things that happen. There's a ton of stupid things that happen in my, but potentially can happen in my day-to-day life. Any stupid thing could happen. Oh, getting advice over and over again. I mean, that's to be expected, honestly, because I don't know anything. I know nothing. I don't know anything at all. It's not like I know a little bit from experience. It's not like I have any experience. Okay, yeah, a year is no experience. All right, a year is 0 experience. So if you spend a year doing something, you haven't learned anything at all. I'm just an engineer, man. I'm just an engineer. I just do engineer stuff, okay? At this time, I just do regular engineer stuff. But you're a fast learner, so it's fine. Yeah, I know. I mean, like I said, I outperform mentally and physically. Even at my worst. Like, it's hard to explain, but some of the stuff I've put myself through while I was here, I still did better. And maybe have even performed better than I had previously. And that makes it's inverted. That shouldn't be the case to where, oh, I'm smarter, stronger, and faster. Shouldn't be the case. And then, oh, I know it bothers me a lot. I know it bothers me a lot. This is the worst part. Is like pretty much like as soon as I get off work, I'm already tired. Whether that be at like a reasonable, like 1400, 1600, anywhere between that time, I'm tired. So if I get off work, I will go to sleep. Or if I'm at work, I will try to go to sleep if I can, if it's a possibility. If we're doing medical lanes and I see the opportunity to try to go to sleep, I will lay there on the floor, but I won't be able to get to sleep because I just can't get to sleep. But when I get back, I will be like, oh, I'm so tired right now, actually. I'm drowsy, man. And I'll go to sleep until 8 p.m. And at 8 p.m. exactly, I will wake up and I won't be able to get back to sleep. And then I'll have my day and a half. Yes. Our crates are currently very organized. Have I shown you the Xernox? The Xernox setup is so good right now. Oh, is this out of power? So the Xernox setup currently runs my natural fuel process. So that way I can pretty much just make my fuels and then it redoes the fuel. So like refills the rods and sends them back. Does all of that. Does the thorium fuel process as well. And then sends it to Purex to do Purex stuff. So Purex process does its job. And yeah. So it's doing its stuff and things. And yeah. This guy is not getting enough energy, is he? What is being processed at this moment? At this very moment in time, what's being processed? What the heck, man? Stop doing titanium baloney. Stop. It's not even cool. Oh, I shouldn't have taken that out. Yeah, so it's automated, and it does its job very efficiently. It's very proficient. It's cool because we used to have a giant dick mural right here, and it was, yeah, it was awesome. But this does its job automatically, and it will send fuel through, does all the stuff for the fuels, and it outputs technetium currently. Technetium 239, 235, which we can reprocess for more energy. Neptunium, which is practically useless at this moment. It will be useful when we have a Watts reactor or a PWR if we want to get started with that sooner. It's like really late, but I'm gonna stay up anyway because if I don't stay up, I won't get to sleep tomorrow. Useful for Sherbidium too. It could be if I set up a third one. If I set up a Sherbidium one, it should be for power. How do you even get Sherbidium? (5:56 a.m.) Yeah. Is there like, can you get this any other way now? No. Yes, Purex, Uranium. How do you get that? Exposure chamber is the only way to do it now? Is that serious? So only particle physics, dude. Oh, yeah, that would be true. I agree with this statement. Yeah, I know, but the transmutation device isn't in the game anymore, which is a sad moment. My friends, I will now create a gravestone for the transmutation device at this specific location. At this time, friends, we will hold a moment of peace, ceremony for the death of a great comrade. His name, transmutation device. He currently died by being killed by God himself. Okay. Moment of silence. Silence completed. Pay your respects. Disrespect. Ugh. It's a pair of pants now. Not a tombstone. Doesn't matter. The sound the chainsaw used to make. It used to be like, always love your content. Yeah, you've been a fan for a while. Yeah. Oh yeah, somebody was talking about doing a server soon. Somebody wanted to do a server. Like, wouldn't be a bad idea if we made one happen. I was thinking about it again as well. But somebody else was like, oh, it'd be cool if we did a server where everybody has like their own factory and stuff. And I'm like, oh wow, yeah. I don't know if I'd play it even though, because I don't have the time. Half the time, I'm not even like, I'm only available like on the weekends or on Tuesday and a half sometimes, if there's a Tuesday and a half in the week. Usually there is not, but sometimes there is Tuesday and a half. That's what I meant by like, oh, I wake up at 8 p.m. and I can't get back to sleep. It's Tuesday and a half. That's what happens. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna make it happen though. I'm undecided at this time. Currently undecided. It'd be cool though, but I don't have the answers to that at this time. In 2 days you can get a lot done. Also, I've been playing for 4 hours now. Oh yeah. But also what is it? I'm gonna not be here tomorrow and the day after. Oh, dang it. That means we're probably getting back Saturday morning. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna be like, alright, you guys are gonna stay out here till Saturday morning for some reason. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I know it will. It's gonna be like, oh yeah, you guys will be here until Saturday morning. Next thing you know, I won't get Saturday and a half. Because I know I can get Saturday and a half to happen. That's what I want. Saturday and a half. It's beautiful because I get a 4-day every weekend pretty much. Because I make Saturday and a half a new day. Yeah. It's efficiency at its peak, but also it's probably not good. And plus, I really don't. The only reason I managed to get back to a normal sleep schedule, almost, was because I had one day where I was able to go to bed at 8 p.m. And then, well, it wasn't even at 8 p.m. It was like 10 p.m. And I don't want to go to bed at 10 p.m. I want to go to bed at 8 p.m. And the next thing you know, oh, I woke up at not the time I'm supposed to, which was like, I planned to wake up at 3 to 4 a.m. every morning. Could not do it physically, and that made me angry. So that's the part of the issue. Hate my job. And once I get out to the field, no sleep. The same thing for your school. And the thing is that I could also do school too. Like, I can do school for free. That's the advantage I get. I can do school for free. But I know, and I'm pretty sure if I asked, I don't know if there'd be any follow through. Because if I ask, honestly, I don't really know what I'm doing. What am I going to do to progress myself outside of my job? That's the only thing that matters here. The only thing that matters is that I do my job. The only thing that matters is that I do my job and I don't ask any questions. I am just a robot and I don't know anything. That's what they want me to be like. Oh. Well, it's not necessarily like that, but it's like, I don't know. It's kind of just, I think it's a benefit maybe. Like an active duty benefit where you can be able to do pretty much, like school for free. But the problem is, and this is the problem, is that you can choose to do that. You have to be careful though, because it depends on how much availability you have, because they're going to be like, all right, we're sending everybody to the field. We're sending people to the field. You're not going to be able to have the ability to do your school all the time. They're going to be like, oh, we're sending you guys to the field. If I choose to do education on the side to get it for free and stuff, to get a degree now, which I want, because I don't want to do this for ever. This is a horrible job. And doing college gets you to better jobs, probably. Because I haven't tested those jobs out. If I can do that, I can go pursue a job as a teacher, become a chemistry teacher. Would be the best chemistry teacher of all time. Because I love chemistry, so of course I'm going to be the best at it. But what I don't love is where I'm currently at, because it's just stupid. It's stupid. I'll continue to say it's stupid because it helps me feel better. Helps me feel better about it. Yeah, gets you a better job, probably. It depends on where you are and what job you get. Honestly, I think sometimes jobs outside of my job, you don't get as good of a support system though. I feel like really, they don't care about at a job, they won't really care necessarily about, oh, I don't care about my people. What? I feel like that's some management. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I don't know what stupidity went into my head. Why I thought, oh, I can't go to college. I don't want to go to college, man. I'm stupid. I'm an idiot. Should go to college. I'm going to do it. I'm going to ask about it every single day until I get the result I want. And I'm doing college classes. And then I will do it. I will do my classes Do it because I don't want to do this. This is the stupidest job. 24/7. Every single day, I will be working on the classwork, grinding the job, grinding at certifications. And, like, there are so many opportunities as far as getting certifications goes. Like, I could probably do, like, all kinds of things, get all kinds of certifications, do all kinds of, like, online stuff and all kinds of classes and things to get so many extra certifications because that's all I care about. I don't care about, getting this special badge for my job or going to a special school for my job. I don't care about that. That's stupid because this job, when you get out, doesn't give you anything because that's all I care about is when I retire, I wanted to have opportunities available to me outside of my job because this job is the stupidest job you can do. And boom. Let me show you something. Do you know of the 112, the community edition? Are you sure it's completely garbage? Have you tried the community edition? Go check out the community edition. It is actually 1710. Actually 1710. But yeah, I'd probably you don't see me playing it, so it must not be good. I don't play the 112 version. It's 1710, but with some of 112 in there. It's a little bit confusing. Yeah, extended edition is complete garbage. Complete and total doo-doo. Complete ass. Because I can say that word now, because YouTube is not Californiized anymore. Uncaliforniaed. YouTube is now a long barrel rifle. No, it's a short barrel rifle. With a forced release trigger now. Actually, it's full auto. Hell yeah. I love YouTube. You can say all the swear words on YouTube, guys. Fuck! This video is not child friendly. I mean, I don't think any children are watching this. So, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, no children are gonna be interested in listening to a guy talk about how much his life sucks at work. That's purely adults. Purely adults. Advertisers, they don't hold the same standard they used to. What do you mean, do I have dash servos? Dash servo set. Check it out. I can jump 3 blocks in the air because I'm Michael Jordan. I have Air Michaels on. Air Jordans. Space Force 1s. Air Force 10s. Because 10's better than 1, so. That's funny. What a comedian. Absolute clown. Yeah, well, still mature. It's a mature audience. It's not children. And it's not advertisers. So it's mature audience. Because advertisers are not mature. Boom. And I'll never get a sponsor. Ever. It's a dash shovel. That might be part of the problem. But I think the dash shovel should actually do that, like you're saying. This is a question that I don't have the answer to at this time. At this time, I don't have the answer to the question. Alright guys, let's go ahead and send you to do this thing that requires a lot of training. But let's only train you right before it matters the most. Okay, guys, you guys got it? You guys got it? Time for more energy drinks, dude. More energy drinks so I can stay awake for longer. Because I am not sleeping anymore. I quit sleeping. It's stupid. It's a waste of time at this point. Could be they locked in it into not insta mine any block. Bro, worst time to train it? Yeah. Alright guys, let's start training 5 minutes before it matters. No, well it's not even 5 minutes. Let's start training the day before it matters the most, guys. But if you train for the Olympics, right? An Olympic athlete trains every single day. He will train every single day to be the best at what he does. I mean, I guess all of what I know is just going to make me better when I eventually have to be the guy who is like, oh, all right, we're going to train today. Oh, hey guys, we're going to learn today. When I have to be that guy, when that's my job, energy drinks are better. And I don't have a coffee machine. I will never have a coffee machine because probably that's, I don't know. I'm sure there's actually no rules, and even if there was, I could probably just be like, rules? Rules are stupid. They just restrict potential capabilities. Yes, we need somebody who's good at what they do. We need somebody who's good at what they do. Let's get somebody good at who's good at what they are good at. They're good at this, right? But let's go ahead and impose super big restrictions on what you're allowed to do, because it's good for safety, or it's we need to have discipline, which there's a difference. I feel like discipline's an interesting subject to talk about. Like if we talk about discipline, like that the concept of discipline is to basically not do stupidity. It's to be correct all of the time. Alright, like somebody who's undisciplined, a prime example is like the Russian military. Like you can see like an undisciplined force there. Like all they have is conscripts. They probably don't even send them to any kind of training. If they do training, they probably don't care. They just want them to be able to shoot a gun and do their job. Problem is that they don't know anything at that point. They probably don't know as much as they could with more adequate training and with a little more discipline. Which I guess is the advantage of discipline. But still, like, you see, discipline, like the concept of it is more of like, it's not leaving trash behind. It's like stuff like that. That's good discipline. But bad discipline, like in my opinion, what I would just say would be a bad discipline is restricting somebody's capabilities. Like, let's go ahead and standardize everything. There's advantages to standardizing everything, but there's also the disadvantage of we're taking away the capabilities. You're taking away the capabilities of the people who do their job. So, like, how are you supposed to get the most out of people doing their job when you're restricting their capabilities to do their job? Like, that is interesting to me. But that's from my perspective at, like, the lowest level. I'm at the lowest level. But I assume that eventually at some point I will probably, not far from now in the future, potentially, maybe, obtain some kind of potential for position. In other words, I'm uncertain But maybe in the future we'll be able to obtain a position where I have some mental image of being able to say stuff, to tell people to do things. But the way I see it, there's disciplines that are good. Like, yeah, you want to look good, but when you're going to go do stuff, you need to be able to do your job and be able to do it efficiently. There's a balance between just doing it because it's right, but then doing it or doing something else because that will make you better to do it the other way. And it's knowing that balance that makes or breaks like training and stuff. I feel like, or like makes or breaks the effectiveness. I mean, part of it's because I'm smart, but yes, that's the first thing I'll pursue as far as like certifications. Since I want to pursue certifications and stuff, that's what I want to do. Like, that's the first thing I want to do is try to get a degree so I can become a teacher. The next thing I'm going to do, I don't even know. Whatever's available. Like, it could be welding, it could be anything. Like, just get some practical skills, stuff like that. That's good stuff. I want that. Welding. You know how much I could do with welding? A lot. Welding could make some interesting and dangerous items probably, but I wouldn't do that because that's not who I am. I follow a strict moral code of not doing stupid things because stupid things that get me in trouble are the stupid things that other people have to pay for, and I don't want to make somebody else pay for my stupidity. So, I don't want to never have to do that. But, like, I could get, like, so much. See, when I exited high school, I didn't even have a plan. I just kind of said I had a general idea. And then ethylene generator in the garage. Nah, ethylene generator in the classroom. Gotta teach the class how to make ethylene. We gotta teach fluoropolymers. Alright, class, we're gonna make polytetrafluoroethylene and polybenzimidazole. Okay, class, let's go ahead and get out the distillation towers so we can make our dichloromethane, trichloromethane, chloroform, and tetrachloromethane, okay? Because, or tetrachloride, because we need to make the atmosphere full of freons so we can destroy the ozone layer as part of the class. Alright, class, today we're gonna make chloroform and carbon tetrachloride, which we're gonna release the carbon tetrachloride in the atmosphere, and we're gonna use the chloroform to go raid the other classroom because we need to raid them for all of their stuff. Nah, you know what I would do? I would be like, alright class, it's Friday, so I'm gonna teach you all something else. We're gonna go ahead and raid the other classroom, okay? We're gonna raid the history classroom, okay, class? Okay? So I'm gonna have to teach you all this stuff, so that way we can go do it successfully. Here's your broomsticks. These, I don't know, here's your broomsticks, okay? We're gonna go raid this classroom. Okay? I'm gonna conduct a successful raid. This group's gonna be the support by fire, and this group's gonna be our maneuver element. So, what we're gonna do is bound down the hallway. We're gonna move in a rolling T down the hallway. We're gonna move down the hallway in this formation, and then we're gonna enter and clear the room. We're gonna plant some CS gas in the vents that we've made using chemistry. That's what I would do. So that's what I would get carried away. Get carried away doing that. Alright, it's the last Friday of the year. You know what that means, class? We're gonna have to raid the history classroom because they have something of mine. We need to take over the globe. Okay, we need to take the globe from the history class. So they can't, or the geography class. Okay, so they can't study their maps anymore. We gotta take every single map. It's sensitive information. We need to know what they're planning. Just the stupidest level of pranks. I would just be pranking the other. I'd be pranking the others. Just using my stupidity. My sense of humor would be unparalleled. Hit them with a good old prank. We're gonna raid their classroom today, class. Alright, class, the football players are on the field. It's time to go ahead and conduct an ambush. We're gonna learn about fieldcraft today. Alright, we're gonna make polytetrafluoroethylene. Cause we need to make some stuff today, okay? We need to make some PTFE for the pipes. Oh, hey, well, we need to make a gas-cooled nuclear reactor because I said so. Because the physics teacher, he sucks at physics, so I'm gonna do his job for him. Advanced humor. It'll be called advanced humor. It'll just be the humor of all time. The human brain. Humor brain. Brain humor. Humanity. Humanity? Be taken over. Alright, we're gonna raid the library of all the books. And then we're gonna bring all the chemistry books right back here. Alright, since you don't want to do your homework, the entire class is gonna have to carry around a textbook for the rest of the week. That'd be like the stupid level of stuff. Because you see, I've dealt with stupidity in my life. So I would end up, oh, I know the answer to this problem. It's stupidity. Alright, class. Since this guy doesn't want to do his homework, I'm gonna make him carry around 2 textbooks for the rest of the week. And he better have them everywhere he goes. Or he's gonna carry them next week too. Diabolical. Can think of some menacing things I would do. But the thing is that you can only go so far. Oh whoa. It's not good. You have to be a little careful with that, because I feel like there's a certain extent that I could get away with that, doing like dumb levels of that. But like that's kind of like, what levels of that could I do? Who is that? Yeah, before getting fired. Yeah. I have no idea. So with that, what else would I do? I mean, I would do other stuff too. I would have other diabolical schemes up my sleeves. See, the textbooks thing, that's cool. But you see, could just be like, oh, you guys didn't get the worksheet distributed in time. The warm-up worksheets, I gave you all 5 minutes, or no, I gave you all 1 minute to distribute the worksheets. It's okay. Because now, since you all didn't do it in time, I'm gonna have you bring them all back so we can do it all over again until we get it correctly done. That would be diabolical. That'd be the perfect strategy. Perfect strategy right there. But the problem with that is you can only do that like one time. You'd only be able to do that one time a day. Be like, oh, since you all don't want to get the worksheets distributed, like then the second time, if they don't get it right, then you're still wasting so much time that way. See, the problem is with things like that, you waste your own time, and you need to be able to use your time. So, like, either because that's the whole point of teaching, is to actually teach and not just waste time. Not just to do stupid things and waste time, which is what I would end up probably doing. Like, all right, since this, all right, have fun, man. Like, I don't know. School's more fun than this. More fun than what I do in real life. School's not more fun than Minecraft, though. Yep, you too. See ya. The energy drink of all time. We need to focus up. Start doing more work. Get more done. Think to the problems. See, I know that if I went to sleep right now, I wouldn't wake up in time. So I will not do that. I will not go to sleep because I know I won't wake up in time. I won't make my time hack, which is always 3 to 4 a.m. And then if I wake up at 4 a.m., oh look, I only have 15 minutes to be awake. So my time would be 1 a.m. But that's only 2 hours or 3 hours from now. Which is, in my opinion, just absolutely annoying. But still, it's fine. I have plenty of time this way. Because this way is far superior. Just quit sleeping. It's stupid. That's the answer. It's always been that way. We actually built a building. I'm surprised. We've actually built a building. And it's a building. Like actually standing with a roof and everything. What the heck? Like, who builds? Like, when have I ever built a building that actually has a roof and is complete? It's not even real. Not even real. But it's okay. It's fine. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, we need to check the actual nuclear Xernox reactor. Turn off my Xernox reactor. Hey, hey, hey. Turn off my Xernox reactor today. Hey, 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 hey. Boom. Oh wait, this one's on. Ah. The way I see it is that I chose this, but at the same time, even though I chose it, like, I don't know what I'm doing with my time. Clearly, it's the wrong decision. I made the wrong decision. That's the only way I can see it, because it's just, I don't fit this. This is not me. This does not work. It's not compute. You don't understand. I lost everything that makes myself somebody who I used to be. Now I am where I'm at now, and just can't even sleep if I wanted to. Can't even think positively about what I do. And then people are like, oh, I understand. It's okay, I understand. But really, it's just consumed from the inside. And it's the opposite of, it's like, oh, well, your problems are gonna go away. They're gonna go away with time. But see, that I am my own problem. So what am I gonna do? Just disappear? Change? I doubt I will change much. If anything, it will change for the worse because of how this is. Like, it just sucks. Because it's not getting better. I mean, some things have gotten better. Maybe it's not safe to say that it's not getting better. It's not like I can change the fact that I have to be afraid that I'm going to not wake up in time. I'm still going to be afraid that I'm not going to wake up in time. It's not going to change because that's just the aspect of it. It's like, oh, you're not going to wake up in time. Oh, you're not going to... Oh, you're gonna be wrong. Not like I'm gonna be wrong. Like I'm gonna be like wrong answering a question. I don't care if I'm wrong if I answer a question. The answer to the question didn't matter anyway. The question didn't matter anyway. The only reason I answered it is because nobody else did, and I thought I had the right answer. Even if my answer is wrong, it it doesn't matter if it's wrong. Because I gave an answer to the question, and that's what matters. Attempting to do the answer. And if you don't do the answer, like if you just stand there and you don't give an answer, what are you doing? That's just asking for trouble. That's stupid. So I'm not gonna do that. That would be dumb. And if I were to like give the wrong answer, it doesn't matter. I learn more anyway. And if I'm just like, I'm not even gonna answer that. I don't even care at this point. Just do what you will. It's not gonna matter at that point either. It doesn't matter. There's no point to it. The only point is the barely any value you get from that. I've just realized how stupid it is. So, once you realize how stupid it is, the stupidity will never leave it, and it will always stay that way. And I cannot even stop talking about it. Cannot even stop thinking about it. Like even if I go away right now and go try to stop thinking about it, number one, I'm not gonna have time to do that because I have 3 hours, right? If I go and spend 3 hours doing something to take my mind off this, it will probably, the second I stop doing that thing, I will probably be right back to thinking about it. Which is not what I want. I don't want to think about it. I want to be distanced from it. Want to clear my mind of any dumb potential things that will or will not happen tomorrow. But that cannot happen because the nature of what I do. And so I already know 3 or 4 things. 1, something is guaranteed to be dumb tomorrow. 2, something will go wrong tomorrow. 3, something bad will happen tomorrow. 4, I will go do whatever is going to happen tomorrow, and I will just continue to go. 5, something else. I will mess up something tomorrow. That's for certain. And it will definitely be something, I will mess it up. And oh, you didn't know the answer to this question. Okay. Everybody will now pay for your mistakes. You do not know the answer to this question. And it's fine when I'm paying for my mistake because I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's just what's the point? It doesn't matter. None of this matters. It used to matter a little bit, but it can't even matter anymore because it's just, what's the point? I can try to think it matters, but the only reason I try to think it, I don't even know. Like things will just get bad every time I'm away from the things that keep me from thinking of it. Of what I do. Stupid. And then, I'll go shoot my weapon. I'll go shoot it. And then my lungs will burn because of the gas. And that's never happened before, and I'll freak out because of that. I'll be like, shit's ruining my lungs. I don't want that. It's like when I was soldering and I was messing with the unknown materials desoldering without any filters or anything. That was dumb. And I didn't realize that at the time. And I was like, oh man, this really isn't good for you. I don't mess with stuff that's going to adversely influence my lungs. So, because that's the most valuable thing I have at this time. My lungs. They will sell for $5 billion. It's okay. It's only 3 hours away till I'm gonna go do some whatever I'm doing, and whatever it is, it's gonna be pretty stupid and potentially get roped into some more stupidity. Just hate it because it won't get off my mind. Just hate that it's on my mind. Like, even if I do go, I can't even go do anything else because there's nothing else to do right now. This is like all I have right now. Like, yeah, I could go like do something at the 24-hour gym, but no. Like, there's gonna be nobody with a key card to give me access there at this time, and I don't have the key card access because I didn't even go there today because I didn't even have enough time in my schedule allotted to walk across the base to go there to get the 24-hour. So that means I will be probably just walk there for no reason, and then I won't get any value out of that. There will be no point in me going there. So my answer to this is to just accept the fact that stupidity will happen, and to go from there. It's only 2 days of stupidity, but yet it feels like it's consuming me already. Because it just eats me up inside. Even if it's 2 days, like I can't, all I can think of is the negative. And I can't think of the positive. I try to think of the positive. The 2 days. 2 days is a lot of time to try to think of positives, but I can't think of them at all. So all I'm doing at this point is just melting inside. My brain is eating itself alive. I don't know. I don't think I should even talk about this anymore. Like I can try not to. I can say I don't want to. At the end of the day, all that's going to happen is I'm just going to keep talking about it. There's only two things that keep me thinking that, oh, I can't not do this anymore. That is that I want to go try to get all of the certifications I can, but I know what's going to happen is, we're going to just, no. We don't trust you enough to go do that. You're still new. We don't trust you enough to go do that. We don't trust you enough to go and do education stuff. Oh, you want to do education stuff? Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about it after work. It's your follow-through. But that is probably because I did not ask after work. So, therefore, I will go ahead and proceed next time to ask afterwards until eventually I just become so annoying that either something does happen. You know what? That's what I will do from now on. You know what? Next time I'll be like, can I use the golden ticket? Golden ticket of all time. Boom. I'll start asking until I just have to pay for every time I ask. I'll be like, can I use this golden ticket from like months ago for when I want to just not be here? Can I do that? That would be stupid. It's like, oh, I have this golden ticket. I've obtained this. I understand it's Probably because I'm new. I understand that it's probably not fair for me to just show up and get a golden ticket and then be like, oh, can I just use this? Then they're like, oh yeah, no, you can't do that because XYZ new rule we just invented on the spot. I'm like, what? It's new platoon rule. New platoon rule. I'm sorry, I'm not tracking. Why? 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 It's just on the spot. Could have really used it. Could have really used it. Could have really done something with that. Could have been like, okay, awesome, I get another day off. Alright. You can't use it on... You can't use it on... I don't even know if it's a platoon rule. But you can't use it on Fridays or Saturdays. Fridays or Saturdays. Cool. Cool, okay, I'll play along. And then a few weeks later I ask, can I use it? Can I use my golden ticket? No, you can't use your golden ticket without 24-hour notice. What? It's new? This is new. I've never heard of this before. But then they used it. What? They used it on a Friday? Why can't I? Oh. But I understand the game. The game was, let's take the golden ticket and make it so it's, you'll never get to use it. Or you get to use it when we let you. Even though I think it was stated that this golden ticket was supposed to be, and generally I will say, supposed to be used on a day that you just are like, oh, well, I really just don't want to do this right now. Or something along the lines of those words. Not necessarily those exact words, but was along the lines of those words. Which is just stupid. So I just gave up at using it. Gave up on using it because that was... See, I thought that if I can't figure out what... If I can't use this, then what am I going to do? Like I'm just going to keep trying to use it? Well, which is what I should have done, is just kept trying to use it until I just started getting like messed up for it. Because what are they going to do? Mess me up? Going to mess me up for like endless amounts of time. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. None of this matters, so mess me up forever and I won't care. But I don't know if it's that I won't care, but then my mind will still care somehow. But it's not that my mind cares, it's about that. My mind is currently being eaten by other ideas. Other things are inside my head. And I don't want them there. But that is okay. Because it's fine. It didn't matter. The golden ticket didn't matter. I don't matter. So the golden ticket doesn't matter. Even though it's a free day off, it doesn't matter. The intent of it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that I perform super high, super well. Because at the end of the day, I will get the same amount as I always do. Doesn't matter how well I perform. Doesn't matter what I do. Doesn't matter because at the end of the day, I am what I am, and I get what I am. And therefore, that's just, in my opinion, that is the stupidest logic in the world. And is counterproductive. Counterproductive logic. Backwards. Yes, let's degrade to the Stone Age. Yes, let's degrade to the Stone Age, guys. Aren't we supposed to focus on what's ahead of us? Think to the future? Like, what? Why are we progressing backwards? We're progressing backwards at this time. Did I receive a message on my Discord? Progressing backwards. Stone Age. Next thing you know, it's over. Stone Age. We're gonna be cavemen again, speaking unga bunga. Like what? All because we don't want to have logic and reason. I feel like. All because the logic is backwards. We have logic and reason, it's just inverted. Because we like to play airplane games where the controls are inverted. IL Sturmovik 2. Inverted controls. And you see, that's all I can think of. It just consumes me inside. Can't escape it. No matter how hard I try. I get away from it for 5 seconds, and then I'm just thrown right back into it. Alright, no time to recover. Oh, that's another thing. That's another thing. See, one time I heard somebody say something like that. We shouldn't let these guys have time to recover. And I don't remember who it was, but that was stupid, because that's just dumb. Okay. We shouldn't let these guys have profiles. We shouldn't let them have time to recover. And yeah, some people abuse that, but does that mean that your mentality should be against that? Because that's just wrong. Your mentality shouldn't necessarily be about that, but it should be about, like, trying to solve the problem. You know, like trying to get those guys the help they need. Stupid. Work to death. But at the same time, it is what it is. It doesn't matter, because all I have to do at the end of the day is just complain about it. And even then, if I start complaining about this there, oh, dead. Dead. No more opportunities then. Oh yes, you're a piece of garbage. You're worthless. Just because complaining. Just because one complaint. Oh, why are we doing this so stupidly? Could do it so simple. I see the way it could be done and make sense. It's fine. Because at the end of the day, it's night, and I'm just gonna be awake constantly. Because this won't leave my head. And I have to be up at 4:15 in the morning. Because, oh, we need you guys there 15 minutes early. 15 minutes. 15 minutes early. I get it. Yeah, we want to be early. But really, I've shown up later than that, and it didn't matter. And other people show up later than 15 minutes early. That doesn't matter. But at the same time, I'm in a different situation. But still. And then nobody was there to notice that I was 15 minutes early. I need to... even if they were there, nobody would actually do anything, really. But still, that doesn't mean I'm going to be late. And if I am not 15 minutes early, it just means that, well, I'm still there within the time to be there. But it's really just a matter of stupidity because it's not even real. I don't even understand. No, I don't know anything. No, I know nothing. I don't have any answers. Ask somebody else. Yep. I really want to do something because we just finished this power plant. I want to work on a new RBMK. Let's put in this. So let's go ahead and fill it in. I think what's gonna happen tomorrow, we're gonna go out, we're gonna do what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna do what we're gonna do. And then we're gonna be out there and finish it in like the first day. Or in the first day, we're gonna do the dry, then blanks. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's just this is just me, but I don't like it anymore. It's not for me. Not for me anymore. See, it makes no sense. Well, yeah, no. I feel like it makes no sense to just be like, let's do it. We could just do it in one day. Why would we need 2 days? But maybe this is the mentality. First day. The first day you go to secure the range. What does that even mean? Secure the range? Secure the range. Yes, we must claim the range before they can. Whoever they is. Who's gonna claim the range? We're all on the same side. Well, if they do claim the range, just send me in there. I can take them all out. Easy peasy. Give me 30 seconds and the right stuff. It will be done perfectly. Using brain power. But still. Doesn't make sense. Because that's like three times as much work needs to be done. And I will still do whatever it is. It's just like, why? Why do 3 times the work we need to do? We can do it so easily. It doesn't need 3 times the work. It's the stupid mindset. The stupid mindset. I hate it. The mindset of harder and not smarter. But I have brains, so why wouldn't we work smarter and not harder? And what, am I stupid? Should I not have brains? I shouldn't have brains, I guess. I shouldn't have brains. I shouldn't think at all. I should just be a machine. That's what they want, so yeah, I'll just, when I get there, just act like a machine always. Just can't take it anymore. But still, it's so backwards. It's so inverted. It doesn't make any sense. It's okay though. Tomorrow is going to be good. Because tomorrow is going to be good. It's going to be so good. It's going to be good. Tomorrow will be good. Tomorrow will be great. Oh, man, I just as far as something else that bothers me, but it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter that it bothers me because, like I said, I am just a machine and I just do things that I'm told. So I just do what I am told. I do as I'm instructed, and I do that every single day. It doesn't matter, and I will never get anything for that because of what I am. So being a machine and doing my job is all I'm supposed to do, all I'm supposed to know. I'm not supposed to know more than my job. I'm not supposed to be the best at my job. I am just supposed to be an average machine at my job. So, machine time. It's time to be machine. Terminator, Rise of the Machines. Not even Terminator because not invincible. Hopefully there will be plenty of ravines out there, so that'll be good. Good for climbing across and stuff. Climbing into the ravine, gonna hit a root. I'm gonna go flying. Gonna take off. It's gonna be good. Oh, I know exactly how to do it. I know exactly what I'm thinking of. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna sprint into a ravine, or I'm gonna be like, in a ravine, I'm gonna sprint into the branch on the ground. It's like there'll be a root in the ground, I'll sprint, and it'll be like the time I tripped in sea wire. I'll go flying into the road, and it'll be good. Except there won't be a road, it'll be a river. And it won't be a river, like, full of water. It will be just dry. But it won't be that deep. So, like, I'll just be stuck. Be stuck at the bottom of that ravine. They'll be like, alright. How we climb out of the ravine? Climb out of the ravine. Hurry up. Oh, look at me. Look at me. And I'm looking around. And you see, the thing is that every time I look around, I always do the same pattern. I look to around me, and I look at the people around me too. The thing is that every time I looked that direction, he was not looking back. So then he was like, oh, well, you need to look at me. I'm like, what? I've been looking at you. I know where you're at. That's why I'm in the same general position the entire time. I think if anything, you should look at me when I'm looking at you. But at the same time, I can't say that. I'm not going to say that. That's stupid. Because, you know what that gets me? That gets me fun time. And I don't want fun time, so. Fun time at work is a good time. It's fine, though. Because everything will be okay. I'm trying to make the RBMK, but I'm getting lost in my mind. It's gonna be good though, because everything will be okay. Even if. It's fine, I'm done. Done trying to do stupidness. Done with it. It's okay. The stupidness will go away eventually. Just give it some time. Oh, I'm really stupid now. This is A-okay. Yeah, this will be fine. This will be 100% fine and then awesome. Fuck! Okay, so we need to make an RBMK. This will be the Well, this doesn't even need to produce energy, actually. I'm stupid. I built this for no reason. I didn't need to build this. What we need to do, though, is we need to set up the solvent production. For HP solvent, which is very specific. But I think I'm done with this, probably. I don't really want to do this much longer. But I'm stuck awake. I need to take a break, though. Like, I'm not going to be able to focus and do another one of these. So what we need to do next time, HP solvent, and it shouldn't be too hard. We should be able to get that done, get RBMK and everything, and it should be good. Should be good for next time, so yeah, I'll see you all then.